Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today is March 7th, 2023. And this meeting of the Lake Oswego City Council is now called to order. Ms. Linder, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Buck?
Here.
Councilors Rapp?
Here.
Afghan? Here. Corrigan? Wendland?
Here.
Mboot?
Here.
And Burdick? Here.
Thank you. And now, everyone, will you please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So first tonight, we're going to have a presentation from Oregon Department of Transportation. Before we get started, we do have a public hearing that we're looking to start at 5 o'clock this evening. So if anyone is here for public comment, which we do like to have at every meeting, we may be under a time constraint, and so we'll have public comment only as time allows tonight, just as an FYI. And with that, I welcome Mandy Putney from ODOT and our city engineer and Public Works Director, Erica Rooney. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, I'm Erica Rooney, Public Works Director and City Engineer. With us tonight, as the Mayor mentioned, is Mandy Putney, the Strategic Initiatives Director. And she's going to be giving us a full briefing on the environmental assessment state of the I-205 toll project. We've had several conversations about that before in this room. And this is this will be a current state of where we are in the process. It has been a long process. We've been working with ODOT for 3 years, maybe? Yes, it's 2023. So there's a lot involved with it, and it's coming near to the end. And I think we've seen that a lot of agencies are asking Mandy and her team to come and make presentations as we get to closure on this matter. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Mandy for her presentation.
Great, thank you. And good afternoon, Mayor, councilors. It's a pleasure to be here and to be here in person, which is very nice. Thanks for the introduction. I can just go to my next slide then, because you introduced me so well and why I'm here today. This one, okay. I'm going to just do a little bit of brief context setting before I dive into the meat of my presentation, which is the I-205 toll project and the environmental assessment that we've just posted for public review and comment. I did want to, often we get the question of, how did we get here? Why are we talking about tolling and pricing? So I just wanted to share a little bit of recent history. Although there have been conversations in the state for decades about tolling, we really started digging in this region after House Bill 2017 passed in the 2017 legislative session. And that was the result really of a statewide visioning panel that the governor led, going all around the state to understand what was getting in the way of economic vitality and development, and hearing loud and clear that the congestion in the Portland region, especially on I-5 and I-205, was having impacts across the state. House Bill 2017 provided significant investment and tools for the state to use and that were specific to the Portland metro region in terms of new investments in transit and multimodal projects, also bike and pedestrian projects, and it added tolling or congestion pricing. At that point, they were talking about value pricing. All of the terms largely mean the same thing, and added that to the toolbox, knowing that not one of those things was going to be enough to create the future that we wanted to see and to really improve mobility in the region. So after House Bill 2017 passed, we formed the Urban Mobility Office, which I'll tell you a little bit more about our strategy so that we could have this comprehensive approach to thinking about congestion and mobility in the region. And a lot of the intent in House Bill 2017 was reaffirmed more recently last session with House Bill 3055, which provided some more financial tools so that we were able to move forward with our approach. Oops. This is a map that depicts our urban mobility strategy for ODOT, and it is a comprehensive way to move forward with addressing congestion, reducing congestion, improving mobility, doing that in a way that supports state and regional climate goals and also centers equity in ways that we haven't been able to do in the past. You can see that some of the key projects that are part of this that are ODOT projects are in the orange boxes here on this map. Some of them, like Oregon 217, are already in motion. Others, like the Boone Bridge project, are at the beginning planning stages. And then we have construction also underway at the Abernathy Bridge on 205. We also have some other activities like the jurisdictional transfer of 82nd that have occurred. And we have a variety of partner projects on here as well, knowing that it's not going to be just one agency that's able to really improve mobility in the region, but it's going to need a comprehensive effort. The navy here is the Regional Mobility Pricing Project, congestion pricing on I-5 and I-205. And the project that I'm here to talk about is outlined in green and orange and blue at the bottom here, the 7-mile section of I-205 between Stafford Road and Oregon 213. Before I get started, I'm going to switch to a video. I'll give you a little break from my voice and provide an overview of the environmental assessment process and what we're hoping to achieve here.
The Oregon Department of Transportation is studying the effects of improving Interstate 205 and using tolls to both pay for those improvements and reduce congestion. If we do nothing, traffic congestion, travel times, and crashes on I-205 are projected to get worse. The highway would not be usable after a major earthquake, which would impede recovery and cut off goods and services to and from the rest of the state. Plans for the I-205 corridor include upgrades to the bridges between Stafford Road and Oregon 213 so that they can withstand a major earthquake. Construction is already underway to make the Abernathy Bridge the first earthquake-ready interstate bridge across the Willamette River, but 8 other bridges still need work. Other improvements include adding the missing 3rd lane to this section of the interstate, which is the last remaining 2-lane section of I-205. Tolling is needed to fund the improvements and will lead to faster, more predictable, and safer travel on these 7 miles of the interstate. Congestion pricing is the type of tolling proposed to fund the improvements and keep traffic moving. This means tolls are higher during peak or congested periods. During uncongested times, tolls will be lower to account for fewer cars on the roadway. According to the Federal Highway Administration, as little as 5% of drivers choosing other travel options, like changing their travel time or carpooling, for example, can improve traffic flow on a busy road. Vehicles that cross the Abernathy Bridge and the Tualatin River bridges will pass under a structure called a toll gantry. Tolls will be collected electronically, making it convenient for travelers. There will be no toll booths or buckets to throw change into, and drivers will not need to stop or slow down. We just completed a study to better understand the benefits and negative effects of the proposed improvements and tolling on I-205. The results are published in a report called an environmental assessment, along with the proposed solutions to the negative impacts. You can influence how ODOT moves ahead by providing your feedback. Watch the rest of our video series to find out more. Visit OregonTolling.org to read the environmental assessment and provide your comments.
Bearing with me as I do the change here. Okay, so hopefully that provided an overview of what we're doing and why. I want to now move on to provide a little more information about the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA process. So this is the federal policy that requires agencies to consider environmental analysis and public input prior to decision making and along the way as part of the process. And we are required to do this because we're taking an action on a federal facility on an interstate. and also a facility that receives federal funding. So that's our nexus there. We work closely with the Federal Highway Administration. This is their process and their document, and ultimately, Federal Highway Administration will make a decision on the analysis and the findings that are presented. We are doing an environmental assessment, and this document allows us to compare the effects of what is called a build versus a no-build action, and we look at the planning year of 2045 for a bulk of our analysis. It's also required by NEPA that you look at a long-range planning year to understand how the project might influence things in the future. For our analysis, our project, so the build alternative is the 205 toll project. The 205 toll project includes variable rate tolling, so a toll that will change based on time of day according to a set schedule on all lanes of 205 at the Abernathy Bridge and Tualatin River Bridge. And doing this sort of congestion pricing or variable rate toll helps us manage congestion. And that revenue will be used on this corridor to fund the capital improvements you heard briefly about in the video, adding the third lane between Stafford Road and Oregon 213, as well as the seismic improvements to 8 bridges, building some sound walls, and adding some traveler information signs. The no-build alternative would include a scenario where you have no tolls at either of those bridges, and you also would not have those capital improvements for the corridor. We look at 205 on this. I'm going to talk first about 205 and then some off-corridor improvements. So the purpose of the project is to improve congestion and safety on I-205 with tolling, and to do that in a way that minimizes impacts to the surrounding area. So this slide here highlights some of the benefits associated with the project. Again, we're looking at 2045. We see significant improvements in terms of congestion, 50% faster travel times in the evening and up to 25% faster travel times in the morning on I-205. We know that if we do nothing, congestion will continue to grow, and in 2045, we'd expect more than half the day to be congested on 205. With the project, we see that we're able to reduce that between 0 and 2 hours on the corridor. The congestion reduction, as well as that third lane, really has a great safety benefit. We would expect to see 26% fewer crashes with the project. There's a great economic benefit for the region and for freight when we are able to provide a more reliable, predictable trip, as well as less congestion. You see here $105 million in annual net economic benefits from 2027 to 2045, and $9.8 million in annual cost savings for the freight industry, again, connected to that reliability. It's great to see that we can have economic benefits, mobility benefits, and also great benefit for the environment. But using congestion pricing paired with that third lane, we do see a decrease in air pollution, 9% in 2027 and 12% in 2045. A few more notes here on economics. We do have an economic section of the environmental assessment where we talk about the jobs that would be created with the construction of this project, both direct and indirect jobs. And then we look into transportation costs. Transportation costs include paying the toll as well as the costs associated with driving your vehicle. Right now, there is an increased cost associated with the congestion, the stop-and-go traffic, and the longer trips due to the congestion on the interstate. We do see that with tolling, the cost of the toll for many households would be offset by some of the other reduced transportation costs. Overall, we think about a 1% increase of transportation costs when you factor all those things together. And a low-income program is in development right now. For folks that would qualify for that program, we are considering exemptions and discounts as that program is being developed. So the analysis in the environmental assessment doesn't include a low-income program. It includes an assumption that everyone would pay the same toll, and notes that there would be a higher impact to low-income households. In addition to 205, we looked at other roadways in the area. We do see that some of those roadways would have also travel time benefits, especially Oregon 213, I-5 in the northbound AM and smaller improvement in the PM, and Oregon 99E in the AM northbound direction. You can see here that some of those have longer durations in other directions as well. So this detail is also fully described in the environmental assessment. And in addition to kind of these main corridors that were on the last slide, we looked at a variety of intersections and local streets in our project study area. The green outline on this map shows our area of potential impact, basically the study area for our transportation analysis. And we've been working with Lake Oswego and other partner agencies for a number of years now. Initially, we had proposed a smaller study area with input from a variety of jurisdictions. We extended it to this area that you see here. And we worked with them to identify 50 intersections of concern based on either existing or projected future challenges at those locations to do some more in-depth analysis for those locations. We did find that of the 50, there would be 14 intersections in 2027 that would need mitigation, or those intersections would have impacts caused by the project, and then the project is responsible for solutions for those impacts. We have an interactive map of all these locations on our website, so you can zoom right into the location or locations that are most of interest to you. The public can view all of those as well as the information we found about them. We looked at 2027 and 2027 and 2045 when we were looking at the intersections to understand both kind of the nearer term and the future conditions. This map shows you, again, all the intersections that we looked at. The orange circles are the intersections that the project will not impact. So that is the bulk of them here. The blue circles are intersections that would be failing with or without the project. The project makes them marginally worse, operate marginally worse. And when I talk about failing, it's based on standards set by the jurisdiction that's responsible for that roadway. So we looked at those specific standards. And then the dark green here are intersections that are impacted by the project. The project causes those intersections to worsen or to fail. And those are all of the ones, the blue and the dark green are the ones that we propose mitigation for in our document. This map has the same color coding and looks at 2045. I think there were 7 additional intersections or other intersections in 2045 that showed that there would be impacts that needed mitigation. I wanted to zoom in for you on the Lake Oswego information here. Our analysis found that one intersection in Lake Oswego would be impacted in 2027, which is Oregon 43 and McVeigh Street. This would be an operational impact, so there's worse traffic conditions at this intersection, and we're proposing signal coordination and adaptive signal control on Oregon 43 from McVeigh to A-Ave. And this signal coordination will also address the impacts that we're seeing at the same location in 2045. So we think it's a longer-term solution here, although we are also working to develop a monitoring program. So if other adjustments are needed over time, then that would be able to be accommodated. And at this location, we're also proposing some pedestrian improvements, some safety-focused improvements, including adjusting the signal timing so there's more time for pedestrians to cross at Oregon 43 and McVeigh, enhance signage to increase awareness of pedestrians crossing, and signalizing the currently unprotected crossing of the southbound right turn lane from Oregon 43 to McVeigh, and signalizing the southbound to westbound slip lane. This information for this intersection, this is a kind of a glimpse of how we presented both the impacts and the improvements in the environmental assessment, and we're seeking input on this as well as the rest of the document during the comment period. We have been talking to the public over the past 2+ years consistently, even when we're not in a formal NEPA comment period. This slide highlights the variety of tools that we've used. We were largely online for a bulk of the time. We're happy now that we're able to start adding back in-person engagement and outreach, but we have had considerable success with online tools, questionnaires, and briefings online, but we have also been doing tabling and workshops, presentations like this. We have a phone line and an email that is monitored nonstop. And we work with our Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee, as well as community engagement liaisons to advise us on how to engage with a variety of equity communities. The project and also the toll program overall have been able to incorporate feedback that we've heard up to this point. Centering equity has been a project commitment and goal from the beginning. We heard this during our early value pricing feasibility analysis days, resounding direction from the Transportation Commission at that time, and started up our Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee prior to beginning the project analysis for this project. The Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee has helped guide us in terms of thinking about process equity. How do we make sure that historically underrepresented and excluded communities are at the table and providing input as we're moving forward now. And they've also advised us on outcome equity, thinking about the performance metrics that we have in the 205 environmental assessment. And so that's been the key as we move forward. They've also been instrumental in the early thinking about a low-income toll program, which we now also have legislative backing to do. That was part of the House Bill 3055 requirements that came, but it was already in motion even as that legislation was coming to be. We've heard a need to think about public transportation and multimodal options around the region, and ODOT has co-convened with our transit partners, a public transportation strategy group. That work is underway now, and they expect to have kind of a project list and more information available later this year. There's an interest in keeping toll revenue in the corridor where it's collected. The Transportation Commission has confirmed that will be policy moving forward, and for this project specifically, that's a key part of our purpose, is to provide revenue for the 205 improvements that are planned. And then to understand diversion and to be able to address the negative impacts. And we feel we've done that through our mitigation proposals in the environmental assessment. We know that diversion is a key concern now, that it's happening. It really impacts a lot of lives and ability to get to and from destinations. And so we've taken that very seriously as we move forward with our analysis. It is now a formal public comment period. We posted our document online on the 21st, and we have extended our public comment period now through April 21st to provide more time for public and partner agency review. And so the new date is on the slide here, April 21st, and we accept comments in all the possible ways that we could provide. So we can go to our website. We have paper comments, and actually I've left some paper comments at the door. If that's helpful for anyone in the room tonight, we can accept comments by email. We have phone available if folks don't have access to email. We also will have an online public hearing, and if people don't have phone or computer technology, there will be an option to go to talk to a court reporter and have your comments transcribed in person. And then we have done videos like the one I showed this morning. We also have discipline-specific videos that are online. We have a kind of an executive summary 8-page fact sheet that's available. We're trying to share information through a variety of tools so that people can hone into the areas that are most of interest to them and then provide their comments during this time frame. This slide talks about some of our engagement activities. There's 2 webinars coming up for the public. We'll have a 3rd webinar for our participating agencies, which is a more formal involvement at the agency level for the NEPA process, the virtual hearing, and then we also will be doing some in-person tabling at locations that have been recommended by our equity consultants and our community engagement liaisons. Those specific details are available on our website. And then we will take all these comments that we hear and review them and determine if there are refinements needed to our analysis or updates needed to our mitigation proposals, for example. And then we'll revise our document and publish a revised environmental assessment in the summer timeframe. And at that point, we'd be seeking a comment from a decision from our federal partners. EMAC continues to meet, our Equity and Mobility Advisory Committee. We also have elected officials and policymakers around a separate table, the Regional Toll Advisory Committee, and public input will be ongoing as we move forward. That's my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you, Ms. Putney. For the past couple years, you know, Ms. Putney has been at a lot of at the Clackamas Coordinating Committee meetings and the Clackamas Coordinating Metro Subcommittee meetings and MPAC, and so we've had a good chance to learn lots of information from her over these years. I did bring, you know, for reference, just a portion of the environmental assessment, and so this obviously is a lot of reading, not the most accessible. A lot of it is very technical, but I will say ODOT has those interactive maps are very useful, and our team at the city here, Ms. Rooney and her team, as well as the technical teams in all of the cities, are really doing phenomenal work literally going through this entire packet. So we all appreciate the extra time to provide the feedback and really appreciate the great work that the teams are doing, providing comments on behalf of our communities. So I had a question on that. The last slide, you know, they're giving the timeline there of the tolling, and we see that the earliest that the tolling could begin, but it wasn't on that timeline where was the improvements that along I-205. So how would the tolling and the improvements line up?
Great question, Mayor, and I'm glad to see that you're reading the document. We have separated it, so the main part of the document is just under 200 pages. If you want to dig into the details, there's a variety of technical appendices, and the transportation one is probably the longest of any of those. We did provide advanced copy to our technical partners so they could get a head start on that, but you know, not everyone wants all the details, but if you want them, they're all available for you. We are looking at tolling to begin at the end of 2024, and we would be moving forward with the next construction package for 205 around that time frame too. So we will need to coordinate kind of the bonding process with the construction schedule and plans. So we're moving forward now with figuring out what that next construction contract would be.
So would tolling begin before the third lane is constructed?
It would begin before construction is complete.
So people would be paying tolls to go into a construction area?
That's the current plan. And the commission will be undertaking the process of what the rates would be at that point as we get closer.
And what's the constraint there? I mean, it doesn't make to the average person, it seems to not make sense to toll someone to go into a construction zone, which people are going to want to avoid anyway.
I understand. We don't have other funding sources for the 205 improvements project, and so tolling is our path forward to get to construction. So thinking about how to balance those considerations will be what the Transportation Commission does.
How is Oregon, so when we drive and we see that, for instance, like 217 is under construction right now, there's no tolls on 217. So how are those transportation projects being paid for, and why can't I-205 also be? How do people reconcile that?
The legislature in House Bill 2017 provided funds dedicated to the Oregon 217 project.
I see. So the state provided taxpayer dollars already collected to pay for 217, but provided only tolling for I-205.
Provided clear direction with a budget note to House Bill 2017 that tolling would be used to fund the 205 project.
Mm-hmm. And so there's two gantries you covered in the presentation, one at each bridge, one going over the Tualatin and the other going over the Willamette. So if you were to go from Tualatin to Gladstone, so people know, would you pay one toll rate no matter the length, or you pay different rates depending on how far you go? Are you paying once or twice?
You would receive one bill or invoice in the mail. So the most simple way would be to set up an online account. So you have an account, and then you'd have a little sticker, a toll tag, or transponder, so that when you go underneath the gantry, the overhead structure, it would recognize that you were traveling there. So you would receive an invoice for the trip that you took, and there would be a toll collected at each of those bridges. And so your actual toll would depend on the time of day that you travel, and the rate that corresponded with that time.
Okay, so if you exit the system if you pass one gantry and exit the system before the second gantry, you pay less than if you pass under both gantries.
Correct.
Okay. Obviously our concern here in the community is, just beyond the through traffic on I-205, but it's the impacts, here to our residents in LO, those who live in the neighborhoods abutting some of the corridors, Highway 43 and McVeigh-Stafford corridors, that are going to be impacted by this project. And so we've been engaged with ODOT throughout this process, asking for improvements to be made, not so much just for the through traffic on those roads, but for neighbors who are trying to get onto those roads, who already have a tough time today getting out for instance, onto McVeigh, in part because of traffic already coming off of the interstate, which will just be made worse, as we see in the EA from the tolling. So why isn't ODOT proposing any improvements to help folks who live on these corridors be able to access the system?
We know that it's really challenging today in a lot of areas because because 205 doesn't work the way that it should, right? Oregon 205 doesn't have the capacity it should, and so people use other ways and cut through in neighborhoods. We know that will get worse if nothing is done. So this project is really focused on improving 205, making sure that it's a passable seismic route, and also adding that third lane in. And doing that in a way that does the least impact to the surrounding area. There are other projects and conversations underway about some of the other roads and what can be done about that, and those conversations can happen in parallel.
Okay. My last question, my colleagues have questions too, but the one slide mentioned a 17% reduction in pedestrian, bike, and I don't know if that also meant vehicle accidents as well along the Highway 43 corridor, but there are no bike improvements being made. I just don't understand how the EA reached that conclusion. There's no bike facilities on Highway 43 right now, and there'd be more traffic. I don't see how there'd be a reduction.
Was that on the mitigation slide?
It was on, yes, it was kind of at the bottom.
Did you say 17%, Mayor? Is that the one you're looking at?
Yes, 17%.
I can follow up with you about more detail about that. That's based on predictive analysis.
Well, I mean, I guess to follow on that, one of the goals of the mobility mentioned, or that one of the pieces of information you've heard is feedback in this process is that, and responded to, is the need for more pedestrian safety. and that's been a goal for, the mobility, but I don't see any, aside from the signal change there at McVeigh, what pedestrian improvements are being proposed for the Lake Oswego community?
The improvements that are connected to the area where there was an impact. So in Lake Oswego, there was
Specifically.
that, right. So for the NEPA process, we must tie our mitigation specifically to the impact location. So we've suggested and proposed in our document the mitigation that we think best addresses the impacts that we're seeing in that area.
So so there are no pedestrian improvements being made to Lake Oswego, though? Beyond the signal?
Right, we think that those will provide pedestrian safety improvements in the area.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all of my colleagues have questions. Councilor Mbubu.
Thank you. The questions that Joe asked, the mayor asked, I won't come to that, but I've always been skeptical about this project, and even for environmental reasons. I mean, I don't think that it's. Why don't we build mass transportation, mass transit, instead of saying that we are tolling the road? Because if we go everywhere, where in Europe, the only difference is here in peak time, the rate is different. But in Europe, everywhere I have been told have not solved the problem of. Sometimes it make it even worse. And especially in this, it's only a short portion of the road that's tolled. When we get out of there, what is going to happen? Like I go joining to I-5, that's not tolled. So the problems stay the same, even with, and the percentages are kind of elusive. It's not really like 4%, 17%. I want to know what it represents. Like there is 4% reduction. Is 4% reduction in traffic statistically significant for us to put our money on that? Like, for me as a lay person, I would say 4%. Is it 3 cars that are off the road, or is it 100 cars? So those are problems, and I think maybe things you should do better on the communication to show people how many cars will be off the road, like how fast we are going. Is it, even if you say 14 hours versus 2 hours in 2027, I don't believe that a way to, we are tolling because we need money to build the things. So why didn't we toll 217 to make money and build it? And we would say, why is it us? Because when I say us, if you toll 205, we will have impact here. It's very clear, even like the McVeigh thing would be a nightmare. And it's not only McVeigh, because not many people would pay for the toll. They're gonna come through here. So I honestly don't think that it's something that's gonna, and it's what I said 2 years ago. We gave the example in Chicago, like very clearly, I give the example in France and in Senegal, the tolls, they have not solved. The people are complaining, and in the beginning it says, oh, it's 17 cents. In 5 years, it's 25 cents, it's $1, it's $2. It never will, it's a kind of, and the other thing, who is in charge of that? Who is in charge of the money? Is it a third party that's collecting the money? Is it all the, like you say, all the money will go where it was collected? It's even something that I am not very sure that, in terms of good governance, I think it's better that we raise taxes. We say, for example, we put these taxes, we fix the road, and it's over. Because if by making 205 earthquake ready, you are tolling, what if you finish? So when it's all done, the project, are you gonna continuing the tolling, or is it gonna stop there?
Thank you, Councilor. Great comments and questions. I'll do my best to try to address as many of them as I can, and then feel free, please, to prompt me if I leave things out. I'll start in terms of the bigger picture. In Oregon, the Oregon Transportation Commission is the tolling authority and will be responsible for the policy decisions related to toll setting and rate setting. And Oregon will manage this facility, so we will have vendors that help us perhaps with the back office, but it won't be a third-party corporation coming in. There will be a fund set aside, and there's requirements in legislation about kind of how that fund would be set up. The money would be then able to be invested in the corridor improvements. The legislature has made a variety of decisions over the years, and this is one of them. So there was a decision to provide funding for 217 in full, and not for this project. And so that's the direction I have in terms of how to move forward and try to develop this project in the best way possible for local communities and for Oregonians. And am sincere about, input, listening to the input as it comes in. So if there are comments on the mitigation or other things that we could do differently or better, this is a time to do it. And I am sure that your staff are working on that now. We work closely with our transit partners in terms of transit planning and working with Metro, the regional government, regional transit plans. ODOT, though, is not a transit agency, although we are very supportive of that. And we do administer the statewide transit tax and program. And that was part of House Bill 2017 to provide more money to public transportation. So that legislation also raised the gas tax and the registration fees. That wasn't going to be enough either in terms of the budget shortfall that we're expecting at the state, knowing that the gas tax is not keeping up with inflation, and great news for the environment. More people are driving fuel-efficient cars and also electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, but that further cuts into the revenue that's available. So we do need sustainable funding options on the table, and congestion pricing helps us both think about a revenue source that's ongoing and sustainable, as well as a way to help manage the travel demand and the congestion on our system. For the 205 section, it is relatively small. It's 7 miles. Those toll points at those bridges help us move forward with the construction, which is construction the region and the state has considered a priority for a number of years. I mentioned the I-5 and I-205 on my map early on, the Regional Mobility Pricing Project. That does look at congestion pricing on all lanes of I-5 and I-205. So the full system to think about congestion management. This project would tie into that system. So we're about another year out before we'd have congestion pricing on the whole system. But the intent is that we would have a system in place and not just the one spot project.
But are you gonna stop the tolling when you reach the cap in your funding, or is it gonna continue? And if it continues, are you gonna toll I-5? Is it what you mean? And
we are looking at a toll on a congestion pricing on I-5 and the rest of I-205. And that analysis is not quite as advanced as us. So we've just started the National Environmental Policy Act NEPA process for that other project. But that will be coming, and happy to come back in a few months to share more about that project with you all if it's of interest. At this point, we would anticipate that we'd be bonding for about 30-year bonds for the 205 project, and so it would then be a decision of the future Transportation Commission in terms of what to do when the bonds are paid off.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Raff.
I sympathize with you, because when you're doing this roadshow, no one's a fan of you. So I sympathize with the message and being the messenger. So I think it's interesting because nothing in the plan that I saw improves the lives of people who live in Lake Oswego. It only hinders and makes things worse. And the way that it looked like you solved the problem for Lake Oswego and the diversion problem was making traffic slower by adding more traffic signals. Just coming down to City Council tonight at around 3:30, 4 o'clock, which is prime time travel time, the 3/4 of a mile from McVeigh here took me 10 minutes. You add traffic signals, it's going to increase it even more. You add traffic from diversion, it's going to make it even worse. So it's already terrible. So I don't know, I think your presentation to communities could go a lot smoother if you did a lot more work into, one, understanding the communities you're trying to, present to, and do it in ways that actually helps them. I think that well, let me ask you this. What's the total price tag for the entire 205 project? Like the number?
It's probably, well, including the construction underway at Abernathy, it's probably about $1 billion.
$1 billion, hold on. Is that a billion? I got a billion? And on average, per year, what will a typical average driver pay in tolls?
I think we looked at the transportation costs in our document, and I don't have it in front of me right now, but I think we looked at around an income level of about $80,000, and it was about $600.
$600 a year?
For transportation costs, not for
Yeah, for an
tolls.
average
So,
person like me traveling per year, you're saying $600 a year per person.
but for their overall transportation costs.
I'm just talking about
So-
on I-5 or on 205, the tolls they would pay.
And I'm talking about their transportation costs, which include the whole calculus of like vehicle repair costs, gas, other things. So that would be kind of the increase that they would pay.
No, what's the toll? Like,
I can't give you an answer on the toll. It really depends on when people are traveling, because
well, that seems like a hole in your methodology, in your, okay, let's just say $600. Let's just have fun with this. So that's less than 2 million people, right? So my question is, one, you throw a lot of hyperbole out there of seismic upgrades to the bridge in case the big earthquake happens, and if we don't approve tolling, we're all going to die because the bridge is going to collapse and there's no funding anywhere. I don't appreciate that approach. What I see here, and I'm overly simplistic, I know, but there's other ways to fund a project like this without impacting the communities. And if all you need is 1.7 million people per year, why didn't someone think about bonding for this project and just only going towards tolling?
Well, and in all fairness to Ms. Putney, that was the legislature's.
I said that before, like, she's the messenger. Sorry, I don't mean to raise my voice at you. I'm just like, we've been talking about this for 2 years, but it just seems like kind of a.
It's the legislature.
Yeah, I understand, it's the legislature, but you see my question, right?
Hey, I mean, I didn't make this. ODOT has the ability to do bonding for some projects and not others. We have House Bill 3055 increased our ability to our short-term borrowing maximum, but we don't have other sources of funding for this project.
Yeah, it's just, anyway, I understand you're the messenger, and I know that you have a tough job, so it's only gonna get tougher. Best of luck, but I would have to say, as long as I'm here, I would never go for this. So, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Windland.
Happy evening. We really are a very collective, nice group here. So you've obviously hit a kind of a nerve. Some of them have been dealing with this for a couple years. I've been dealing with it. I think this is now number 5 or whatever. And it seems like we bring up the same things. And I think there was a fairly strong message from most of the mayors, I think all the mayors in the metro area, to say, stop tolling. And it just, on several occasions, and it just seems like it's a train that just has started and it's going to go down the path. And I appreciate you getting input, but it seems like the input has been largely ignored. And I guess the the big picture, I think one of the suggestions that we made early was to ensure that we have I-5 and the 205 come on together so that people would not be making the decision of clogging up I-5 instead of taking 205 to miss the toll. And then what happens is that people will go right into Lake Oswego as well to kind of like little ants trying to find their way, whether to go to I-5 instead of 205, and that puts us right in the middle. So you can see why we're kind of looking at some issues for traffic and congestion where we're already congested. And so that's some of our concern. Is there a plan? There was talk of bringing on 205 and I-5 on at the same time to prevent that. Is that no longer part of the plan?
This was a topic of conversation at the last Regional Tolling Advisory Committee meeting that I mentioned briefly earlier in terms of how we could, suggestions that were on the table that we could think about accelerating the schedule for the regional tolling project, the regional mobility pricing project. And so we are committed to doing that. We do have to go through the NEPA process still, and then there's a second step of approval required for that project where we need to have a memorandum of agreement, a cooperative agreement with the USDOT and FHWA. That project will be done as part of Oregon's spot in the federal value pricing pilot program. And so we need kind of a second decision point before we're able to move forward with that. And so that's the reason right now for the schedule being extended. One of the tactics under discussion is how we can work to accelerate that agreement so that we can do that more concurrently with the NEPA process. Our current schedule is more of a linear process where we finish NEPA and then we move on to that cooperative agreement.
Right. I just see problems in that strategy. Will any of the revenue, when you say this multimodal and whatever transit, where revenue will be going, is any of this collected revenue off the tolls going to go to funding TriMet?
For 205?
Yeah, or is it strictly for capital projects?
It's for our planned improvements on 205.
Okay, no, is it when you say plan improvements?
The third lane, the seismic improvements, the
Right,
bridge
so that's the only thing that the toll money revenue that's collected will be spent on.
That's the net revenue. When you're selling bonds, there's a variety of requirements,
Right.
Available
Right.
that you have to do,
But nothing's going to be diverted into public transportation or anything like that.
no, we don't have any of those plans.
Great, that's good news. I guess one question is, has the ODOT been in charge of Highway 43 for a long time?
I don't have my Highway 43 history in
Last
front of
50
my
years? Would
head,
you say the
so
last
I think
50
a while,
years?
yes.
Okay, last 50 years. Why haven't we installed the lights already that you're suggesting? I mean, in the sense that, I think you're just talking about doing new timing on the lights. Is that correct, for mitigation?
Partly timing and also a new signal.
A new signal, right? I guess I would say that that's two things. One, we've had congestion on 43 for a long time, and I would hope that ODOT would be looking at that and have already installed some of those measures, because it doesn't, I think those are fairly low cost in comparison to maybe digging a tunnel underneath Highway 43 to mitigate maybe an express lane or something like that to go through Lake Oswego, but
I'm not proposing a tunnel.
yeah, I understand that, but I guess what I'm saying is that we probably could have the lights now, so don't wait. Do you guys have any control over the train schedules? Zero?
I have very limited power.
Okay. And then I think you did say that once the bridge improvements are paid, then the tolling is subject to the politicians at hand as far as whether it continues or not.
The Transportation Commission is appointed by the governor.
Right. I think one of the things that I like best about when they had the bridge that went over the Columbia crossing on I-5 is when they had little toll booths there. In fact, they still have, I think, the relics of them, or they used to. And when the bridge was paid for, they stopped the toll. And I lived in California earlier, and they had tolls on all the bridges down there. And I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but it was way beyond the 30-year bond amount. They're still collecting tolls, and they continue to collect tolls. And I see this as just one more additional tax that is going to be spent in various ways. And I think there's other ways to address transportation. I think some of my colleagues have brought that up. And I do want to say that you do very well in these meetings where it's not exactly the most warm and loving conversations. And we really thank you for the information and your efforts. I think big picture, this region is not really supportive of the tolling. And I think it tells us as local officials that we really need to tell the legislature that they need to do a better job of allocating their budgets so that they're not picking one place over another. And that I think it's not your fault at all. I'm not blaming you, but I will say that it's poor decision-making at the legislature level. So remember that when people vote. That's it.
Councilor Rowland. Councilor Afghan.
Thank you for coming here. I do believe that our bridges and roads are vulnerable and they need to be worked on and improved. How we fund them, that's a different topic. My focus is in 3 areas. One is, I think I heard you saying 205 original intent hasn't come to fruition and how it's being used. The second one is increasing the gap between low income and middle income and how this tolling impacts them. And third is impact to Lake Oswego. So wanted to give you a high level where I'm going with my questions. I'm happy to see that there is conversation about how do we charge the travelers and if that's going to be a different rate for different income levels. So I'm happy to see that. When you say 205 original intent, can you, very high level, what was the original intent and what's happening right now that triggers some other work to be done?
The 205 improvements project has been in the regional transportation plan for a number of years. It's been indicated now in legislation as a state priority project to complete. And that need is associated with economic growth for around the state and regional livability, as well as the seismic improvement. So that was the original intent, and then over the past year, we went through the regional process and got regional direction to merge the 205 improvements project with tolling and updated the regional transportation plan accordingly. And so that work kind of reaffirmed that we should move forward and that we should use tolling to fund the improvements, and that also, came as clearly as we've discussed from the legislative direction as well. So the intent that I spoke to referenced that kind of regional and state level planning direction.
Thank you. We've heard from some qualified consultants who live in Lake Oswego talking about that there are pinch points on 205 that if those pinch points are removed, most likely we won't need to do what ODOT is proposing. Has ODOT done any study on these pinch points?
I'm happy to have the team review any studies that you can send me. I'm not sure what the pinch points are.
Has ODOT itself done any study if there are pinch points on 205 that needs to be addressed?
We have done a considerable amount of work to understand the problems on 205 associated with the narrowing down from 3 lanes to 2 lanes in this 7-mile section, and that's complicated by the interchanges adjacent to the Abernathy Bridge. And so collectively, that makes quite a safety and operational challenge.
Okay. Of all these cities that are impacted by the scope that you're talking about, how many of them have they actually come out and said, this is a great idea, let's do it?
I think there's a lot of support for the improvements that are moving forward, and a lot of question and concern about how tolling will be implemented. And the analysis that you have before you now addresses, I think, many of those questions and comments, and does show that for 205, there's a great benefit when you do the toll. And our analysis shows, our modeling shows that people will pay for a good trip on 205 that's predictable and faster. And we see that especially during the peak periods in the future, because the rest of the system will be very congested. And so for many trips, that benefit outweighs the cost. And that will be a cost-benefit calculus that individual drivers will need to take moving down the road. But there is a great deal of congestion right now, and doing nothing will guarantee that it gets worse. And I understand fully that there's frustration about the level of congestion that's here today, and this one project is not going to solve it, obviously, right? We are working on solving the problems on 205, and also ODOT will be happy to partner with you to think about how to solve other problems, but we can't solve them all with this one project.
I think what you're hearing from us is that we may declare victory on 205, but there will be so much unintended consequences for these cities that are talking to you. So Lake Oswego already has a problem on Highway 43. And with the tolling, that problem is going to get worse. I'm super happy that you're looking at pedestrian safety. So that's great. But as far as the congestion is concerned, I think our city is going to get overwhelmed. I left the house today for this meeting, for the earlier meeting, 20 minutes earlier. And that 20 minutes was burned because of Highway 43. So I think what you're hearing from us is that this may be a great idea for 205, but it's not a good idea for all these cities that are talking to you about unintended consequences. So how do we stand back and say, how do we make this such that at least most of these cities are not going to get a worse situation than what they have today? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilor. And I would encourage you to look at the interactive map or some of the analysis that we have. We've heard this concern very loudly, and we've tried very carefully to show our analysis in the document, much more detail than I was able to do in my slides today. But our analysis shows that there are limited impacts in jurisdictions. And for those impacts, we're required to do mitigation and to reduce those impacts or solve those impacts. And so we feel like we have figured out a way to do a project that really does improve conditions on 205 for safety and operations in a way that minimizes to the greatest extent possible impacts on the local system and the local communities. Where there are impacts, we feel like we have solutions. So that's the conversation now to have, is how do we do in terms of our proposals? And do you have suggestions for what we should do differently or how we should alter them? But those mitigation projects and solutions need to tie to impacts caused by the project, not impacts that happen now or problems that happen now or problems that will happen in the future with or without the project. And so that's where it gets a little challenging. And I get that that's frustrating.
It's not intuitive for me when we say the traffic is going to increase on Highway 43 and we're going to add another signal and synchronize the signals, and you shouldn't be worried. That's not intuitive for me. So I'm super concerned about how this project is going to impact us with the tolling. If the tolling wasn't there, a whole lot of people will use that better road and conditions without impacting the rest of the infrastructures.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Burdick.
Just two questions. I'll try to go quick. The first is, what are the projected or the assumed improvements around the Stafford Circle? So at Stafford and Rosemont right now, there's a traffic circle, and it was identified as a project that leads to impacts.
Erica has better notes than me.
The improvements at Stafford Road in Rosemont is to install a, excuse me, rectangular rapid flash beacon on the east and north legs of the roundabout. So those are the flashers, similar to like what we have at Fifth and A, where the pedestrian pushes the button, the lights flash, and hopefully the vehicles will stop. So it's improve lighting for pedestrians, install raised crosswalks around the intersection, improving lighting. Those are the improvements at the
I would report, I think that's completely insufficient for that area. And I can say Fifth Street, that doesn't work. There's still a lot of issues with traffic actually slowing down. And I think we have a traffic issue there along with the pedestrian issue. So my feedback, that's not sufficient to help. My next question has to do kind of more with the environmental impact, where what's the overall reduction in vehicle miles? Because if we're, you're saying there's going to be a reduction in miles on 205, but if they're going different directions, is there really a reduction in miles?
I don't have that number in front of me. We do look at vehicle miles traveled in the document, and I'm happy to follow up afterwards and let you know where that is.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilor Corrigan.
So I'll be super quick. Is there a way out? Can we go back to the drawing board and not, there's no way out? There's no way out.
No way out. No way out.
We've asked this question many times, and I think there's been ample input from this region as well as other regions. And like I said, it's a train that has left, the decision has been made, and I'll say this publicly, and this is not directed at you, this is directed at our system. These information systems or meetings is just lip service. It's just basic PR lip service that they go through a process and they don't really care. So, I mean, that's the bottom line. I think that's the summation. And it's an unfortunate thing because you've been put in the position to defend ODOT, and I think ODOT was given the incorrect information. But again, I would just suggest that people start contacting the legislators. They're in session right now. There is a bill, I think, that we were told about that may shed some light on this, but it's just lip service. So.
Thank you, Ms. Putney. We appreciate you being here. It's great to have the face-to-face with ODOT. I mean, if you're hearing anything from us tonight, you know, as I said, she's been at the meetings for years, and all the jurisdictions in Clackamas have raised concerns about this. The legislature, you know, put this funding mechanism down the pipeline, and we understand you're, you know, just going about that implementation. At the same time, ODOT is looking at the impacts to the local system, and we really hope you take that feedback that there are impacts, and it's not just to the through traffic, it's to the neighborhoods that abut it and how folks, you know, access that system. And we're asking ODOT to look beyond just the very technical requirements, you know, of the EA, and think as a good community partner, as a state partner, working with us to make these improvements, especially on the roadways that are ODOT's to begin with and that haven't been invested in a long time. So we hope that you carry that message back to your friends at the department. And thank you, Ms. Rooney, as well. Thank you.
Great.
We
Thank you
appreciate
so
being
much
here.
for the time tonight. I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Thank you. And well, next we are making two proclamations this month, celebrating two things in March. First is Disability Awareness Month. The city of Lake Oswego is joining communities across the country throughout the month of March to celebrate, recognize, and advocate for people with disabilities. More than 1 in 4 adults in the U.S. lives with a disability, and we invite the residents of LO to become a disability ally and promote inclusion for all. And so in our proclamation, we resolve that we, the City Council, we proclaim March 2023 as Disability Awareness Month, and we invite all in the city, all our residents, to celebrate it with us by creating more awareness and becoming a disability ally. March is also Women's History Month. President Carter first recognized Women's History Week in March of 1980. And today we continue recognizing now the month-long the profound contributions, leadership, and courage of women nationwide who make our communities more equitable, safe, and resilient. In Lake Oswego, we are profoundly blessed for women who lead our city at all levels of city management, in elected office, as advisory board members, as community nonprofit executives and volunteers, and as neighborhood leaders, and as examples for the next generation in our classrooms. Lake Oswego women are business leaders and entrepreneurs who operate brands large and small, create the storefronts that define our community, and lead in all professions. So Lake Oswego is honoring women in our city government, specifically by highlighting just a handful of the many passionate leaders who contribute daily to the health of LO. So join me in receiving the gift of their stories and in bringing forth the stories of those who have touched our lives this month and all months as we continue to stand up for the fundamental freedoms and equal opportunities of women everywhere. So with that, we appreciate, okay. I'll just say that as with all proclamations, we post them to our website in their entirety and invite everyone to join us in celebrating both Disability Awareness Month and Women's History Month. With that, we are going to take a short, probably about 15-minute recess here. If you're here for the public hearing and would like to sign up, the forms are in the back, and as we take the recess, you can bring them forward to Ms. Linder, and then we'll reconvene here in just a little bit.
The consent
Oh,
agenda.
sure.
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
All right, so on the consent agenda tonight, thank you for the motion and second. We have Resolution 23-09. Item 6.2 is Resolution 23-10. Item 6.3 is the amended LORAC construction and use / lease intergovernmental agreements. And we have item 6.4, which is Resolution 2307 and Resolution 2308. All right, all those in favor of adopting the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Thank you all. With that, we will take a recess. All right, we are back in session. And next on our agenda is AP 23-01. This is an appeal of the Development Review Commission's decision to approve the conditional use permits for a new transportation depot, AKA the Lake Oswego School District Bus Barn, and a minor variance to increase the allowed fence height. We will start tonight with a review of the quasi-judicial hearing procedure by Attorney Osnek. Oh, or
Deputy City Attorney Boone
Oh,
will
I
be
see, okay.
handling this with your permission,
Both of
Mr.
you.
Mayor. This is an appeal. The procedure is as follows. This is an appeal of a land use decision involving the application of criteria and standards listed in the staff report at the table at the back of the room. Only persons who testified either orally or in writing before the DRC, Development Review Commission, may testify either orally or in writing before the council. Such testimony is limited to the applicable criteria and standards, and the issues must be raised before the DRC with sufficient specificity to allow the commission to respond, to have allowed the commission to have responded. This appeal proceeding is based solely upon the record of the proceedings, and thus evidence relied upon by a person testifying must be in the record before the commission. Please identify to the council the criteria or standards you're addressing to the council, so it may consider your testimony in relation to the applicable criteria or standards. If you do not, the council is not obliged to guess which criteria or standards you're addressing and may elect not to consider your testimony. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the City Council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The failure of the applicant to raise any constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient specificity to allow the City Council to respond to the issue precludes an action for damages in circuit court. The order of the public hearing process will be as follows. First, there'll be a presentation by staff, which will consist of a staff report overview and issues on appeal, and then a presentation of evidentiary issues regarding written materials submitted for this appeal that staff has identified that may raise issues of new evidence or new issues. Following this presentation by staff would be the applicant's testimony, then persons in support of the application, followed by appellant's testimony, then persons opposed to the application, then persons neither for nor against the application, and then the applicant's rebuttal. The time limits for testimony does not include questions by the council or responses to the questions. The following time limits apply as amended by the mayor with consent of the council. 15 minutes for the applicant's presentation, 15 minutes for the appellant's presentation, 5 minutes for representatives of the recognized neighborhood association, homeowner association, government or government agency, or other incorporated public interest organization, and 2 minutes for other persons, and 5 minutes for the applicant's rebuttal. Any person in attendance who is qualified may cede his or her time for testimony to another qualified person, but in no case shall any such person's time limit be increased to greater than 10 minutes. Testimony by attorneys, representatives, and witnesses on behalf of or which are part of the presentation by person shall be counted within that person's time limit. It is assumed that persons are testifying on their own behalf unless they expressly identify the recognized neighborhood association, homeowner association, government or government agency, or other incorporated public interest organization they are representing. At this point, I would like to ask the council members to please declare if you've had any ex parte contacts, including a site visit, if you have any bias on the application, and any financial conflicts of interest.
No.
No.
I only want to tell everyone that I did serve on the school board, and I was on the school board when this piece of property was considered. That's it, but I have no bias and no financial interests.
I've been approached by people living in that neighborhood, but I did not discuss. And I also disclosed that I was a legal budget member for the school district, but I have no bias and no ex parte conversation with anyone.
Okay.
No contacts, no conflicts, no bias.
I have no conflict of interest, no bias. I did make a site visit by myself to understand the pictures better.
Okay. With no other declarations then, is there any challenge to any city council member's right to consider this appeal? Hearing none, then Senior Planner Evan Franstead with the staff report overview and issues on appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Boone and members of the council. Okay, so application before us, this is a brief timeline of how we got here. So the staff report was published on December 23rd. That recommended approval with conditions. We had the DRC hearing, the first one was on January 4th. There was continuance requested, so it went to January 18th. As part of that, there are staff memos that were dated January 1st, January 18th, and February 6th. They're in the record that lists additional testimony received that was not included in the staff report. The DRC approved the application, voted 6-1 on February 6th, with modified conditions B9 and C2. On February 21st, the Rosewood Neighborhood Association appealed the decision, listing 28 ways the DRC erred in its approval. Today's hearing, City Council reports were published on February 24th and March 1st, provided staff analysis of the issues raised by the Rosewood Neighborhood Association with their notice of intent to appeal. Supplemental council report was published today that lists and provides additional analysis of the new testimony received since, well, as part of the council appeal. After considering all of that, I'll go into more detail here, but staff recommends approval to affirm the commission's decision, approval of LU 22-0052, subject to conditions of approval listed in the commission's findings. The other option is council may modify the conditions of approval if deemed necessary as per LOC 50.07, .0037, and 2. And for background on the application, I'll give a brief summary of the staff report. The applicant's request is a conditional use permit for a transportation depot. This is considered a major development application. The application also includes minor development application. This is exterior modifications to the existing building. This is the south and west building elevations, construction of a fueling station, a parking lot expansion, minor variance to increase the maximum wall height from 8 feet to 10 feet, and removal of 3 trees. To give you some background, here's a location map. So the boundary of blue there used to be Chinook Footwear years ago. The site is approximately 2.4 acres, has frontage on Lakeview Boulevard, which is a neighborhood collector street. This is the existing features map that shows what it looks like today. The site includes 2 existing buildings. The smaller building to the southwest we demolished as part of the project in order to construct the parking lot expansion. Removal of 2 rack shelving units, 2 lean-to accessory structures, and shipping container will also be removed as part of the project. There are 34 trees on site. The applicant is requesting removal of 3 trees. One is a Norway spruce near the street. It's 22 inches in diameter for construction of the parking lot, and 2 dogwoods near the front of the building for landscaping. Staff found that the removal of the trees comply with applicable criteria. 3 mitigation trees are required, and the planting plan shows 10 new landscaping trees meeting the mitigation requirement. For zoning, the site is zoned IP for industrial park and is located in the Southwest Overlay District. The budding properties to the north and south are zoned IP and developed with office and industrial uses. The adjacent properties to the northwest across Pacific and Western Railroad line are located in the city of Tualatin and are zoned light manufacturing and general commercial. And those businesses include a fitness gym, motel, textbook depository. The adjacent properties to the southeast across Lakeview Boulevard are zoned R10 or are in unincorporated Clackamas County, which they're also zoned R10. And they're developed with single-family homes. Here's a site plan that shows the proposed development. The applicant previously submitted a request for the approval of the transportation depot in 2018 and was denied on May 2019. The Development Review Commission found the application did not meet the conditional use criterion that requires the functional characteristics of the proposed use must be such that it can be reasonably compatible with uses in the vicinity. The proposed transportation depot is the same as the previous application except for the following. The applicant is proposing to route the buses to and from the site to the south via 65th Avenue McEwen Road into the city of Tualatin, connecting to Boones Ferry Road to the north. Canopies over the existing building entrances have been added to provide weather protection. 4 full-size employee carpool parking spaces have been added south of the building. Both driveways will be widened to provide adequate ingress and egress to the site, and the proposal includes removal of 3 trees rather than 1 tree as part of the last application. And here's the site plan that shows the wall. So the applicant is proposing a 10-foot wall located along the north and east property lines in order to reduce noise impacts to the surrounding properties. Staff finds the material submitted in the proposed variance to the maximum height of wall meets the minor variance criteria and can be approved. These are the building elevation plans. They show the proposed designs and modifications to the building. The building is located in the southwest overlay that applies to the exterior modifications to the existing building. The general building design development standards is applicable to the fueling station, which is a new structure. Staff found the proposed building modifications meet the southwest overlay district standards. The proposed fueling station structure meet the general building design standards. Also, the dimensional requirements of the IP zone are met. And here's the east and west elevations to give you an idea of the project. Then on to the conditional use criteria. For criterion 1, staff finds that the southwest overlay and IP zone requirements are met, so that satisfies criterion 1. On to criterion 2, LOC 50.03.003.6A, which is use-specific standards for industrial zones not covered by other standards, applies under this criterion. And there are several parts to that standard. The first part is the site will be designed so that ingress and egress will not cause hazardous turning movements, traffic slowdowns, or blockages due to storage of vehicles waiting for services. The applicant submitted a bus turning plan showing, right there, showing the turn movement of the buses entering and exiting the site. The city's traffic engineer has reviewed the plan and found the plan sufficiently demonstrate the site is designed to allow safe ingress and egress for the buses. The applicant submitted a traffic impact study to discuss the site access spacing requirements. Based on this evidence, along with the characteristics of the street, the city traffic engineer has determined that buses will not cause slowdowns or blockages due to storage of vehicles waiting for services, for example, maintenance services. The second part of this standard is public services are or can be provided to the site. The site is currently served by public utilities. Public transportation is not available. Next part is all lighting except for security lighting should be extinguished at the close of business hours. The applicant's narrative states all proposed outdoor lighting is considered security lighting, and staff finds proposed lighting meets the standard. They submitted a photometric lighting plan that showed light fixtures have full cutoff hoods and they do not extend beyond the property lines. The foot candles at the edge of the property are at 0. Another part of this standard is any adverse impacts on adjoining residential uses, such as noise, lights, loss of privacy, will be mitigated by landscaping, screening, or increased setbacks. I just want to highlight that it says any adverse to on adjoining residential uses. There are no adjoining residential uses to the site. The abutting properties or adjoining properties are all zoned industrial or commercial uses. This criteria does not apply. The last part of that standard is the use-specific standards is parking shall meet the parking standards and may not be increased if additional parking spaces are necessary. The applicant submitted a parking study that demonstrates the demand by the transportation depot will be 63 to 68 parking spaces for the planned staffing. The site plan shows 70 parking spaces will be provided. The parking standards are met. For the conditional use criterion 3, this requires the site is physically capable of accommodating the proposed use. As I mentioned, the site is 2.4 acres in size. The proposed transportation depot includes remodeling the existing 17,452 square foot building to be used as offices and bus maintenance. The proposed parking lot expansion meets required setbacks and dimensional standards. The 70 proposed parking spaces for personal vehicles meet the parking requirement. The fleet vehicle parking is adequate for the 66 buses. The site is physically capable of accommodating the transportation depot meeting criterion 3. For criterion 4, this requires the functional characteristics of the proposed use are such that can be made reasonably compatible with uses in the vicinity. The surrounding uses include a variety of uses, such as commercial, industrial, and single-family residential. The nearest residential property on Southeast Donley Way across Lakeview Boulevard are approximately 60 feet away from the nearest boundary of the site. The office and maintenance facility uses will be conducted indoors, which will have minimal impact to the uses in the area. As stated earlier, the 40 parking spaces for employee and customer vehicles meets the minimum parking requirement, and the parking lot lighting will not produce glare onto adjacent properties. Staff considers the main potential impacts to the uses in the vicinity from the proposed transportation depot to be traffic and noise from the departing and returning buses. On school days, up to 54 buses will depart from the site in the morning between 7:10 and 7:45 a.m., then return from the morning run between 8:35 and 9 a.m. In the afternoon, the buses will depart between 2 and 3 p.m. and return from between 4 and 5 p.m. The applicant is proposing to route all bus traffic to and from the site to the south via 65th McEwen Road into the city of Tualatin, as I previously discussed. The traffic impact study states that the proposed development can be expected to contribute 43 vehicle trips during the AM peak hour of the adjacent streets and 77 vehicle trips during the peak PM of the adjacent streets. Engineering staff has reviewed the transportation impact study and concurs with analysis. The transportation impact study also assesses the delay at the railroad crossings, with each bus stopping to open the doors, and found that will have some effect on the traffic flow, but the vehicle storage between the tracks and the nearest intersection can adequately accommodate the proposed queuing. According to the transportation impact study, all intersections, with the exception of the all-way stop intersection at Jean Road and Pilkington, are projected to operate within the city's standard of level of service E with the proposal. The intersection of Jean Road and Pilkington Road is currently designed for construction of a new traffic signal and is expected to be constructed prior to 2024, when the transportation facility is expected to be operational. Excuse me. If the traffic study is not installed by them, condition B9 requires no additional school buses other than those currently serving the area will use the intersection of Jean Road and Pilkington Road until the new signal at that intersection is operational. For vehicle and pedestrian congestion, there will be no increase in pedestrian trips from this site as part of the proposal. Also, there's not sufficient increase in vehicle traffic to necessitate mitigation requiring the construction of a new sidewalk. The new school bus traffic and pedestrians will continue to avoid conflict as they do now with heavy vehicle truck traffic by sharing the roadway. There may be additional periods where some traffic may need to wait for traffic lane to clear, but the traffic impact study does not identify any waiting times which would be unacceptable. Condition C2 requires all bus traffic to and from the site must be routed to the south to the intersection of 65th Avenue and McEwen Road, as discussed in the traffic study. As for noise impacts, the applicant submitted a noise study to address potential noise impacts and propose mitigation measures. The study found that with a recommended 10-foot wall located along the north and east property lines, the noise would be reduced to an estimated 55 decibels at the nearest residential property. While the city of Lake Oswego does not have established noise limitations, the study states the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, has a maximum noise level of 65 decibels for noise-sensitive properties. The noise study states that the 75 decibel limit will be met with proposed walls. In regards to the proposed fueling station, the propane fueling station, the site plan shows the propane tank will be located in the southwest parking lot, 10 feet from the northwest lot line, and approximately 60 feet from the railroad tracks. The required rear setback in the RP zone is 10 feet. There's no additional setback requirements for fueling in relation to the train tracks or for the zone. The Pacific Western Railroad was notified of the proposal and they did not submit any comments. Staff found the proposed location of the propane tank at the distance of 110 feet from the train tracks provides sufficient distance to ensure compatibility. Staff finds the applicant submitted sufficient evidence to show that functional characteristics of the transportation depot are or will be reasonably compatible with a variety of uses, with condition C2, directing traffic to and from the site to the south via 65th Avenue and McEwen Road. Overall, staff finds the conditional use criteria are met. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of LU 22-0052 with recommended conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Franstead. Does anyone have any questions? Councilor Raff.
what was the business in the building prior to the school district buying it?
It was a shoe manufacturer.
Shoe manufacturer.
Yeah, Chinook Footwear.
Is that even around anymore?
Not that I know of. It hasn't been there for a number of years.
Thank you. Counselor Afghan.
I have several questions for you. You mentioned the traffic study included the railroad impact. Intuitively, I can't understand that impact isn't substantial, because every bus comes there, stops, full stop, and then take off. And if we assume 30 buses, not 77, 30 buses, that's a big impact to the traffic. What am I missing there?
Well, it might be a good question for the applicant, is their study.
Okay.
But you look at the conditional use criteria, the functional characteristics, traffic right now is delayed by those train tracks. That's an existing condition.
Okay, I will ask the applicant that question. Thank you. The comments that we received, there were several comments about the lot size needs to be over 4 acres, 4.5 acres, based on some standard. I'm wondering if those standards are the law that must be met, or these are just guidelines?
Really neither. They're not standards, not city standards.
Okay.
It's a calculator that some of their testimonies used. But really, it's all about city standards and conditional use, about whether the site is physically capable of accommodating the proposed use. And the applicant has shown that they can meet the parking requirements, they can stack their buses to meet their needs, they meet the landscaping requirement, which is 15%, meet all the setback requirements. It is really their responsibility to make the site work, not based off of some calculator that it's from a different source. It's not a standard.
The documents that I saw, it at least had the TriMet buses shown, and I guess TriMet may be using those standards, but the city does not have any standards or requirement for the lot size of such application, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Next question. I think in the documents I read that all buses are supposed to go to the south. I think I just heard you can correct me, that when the traffic light at the Jean and Pilkington goes in, then the buses can go that direction? No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that condition will stay in place. Buses will still need to be routed to the south.
Okay. Do we know of any challenges that the current site has caused for the current area that needs to be addressed in the new area? I'm not talking about the operation of the facility. I'm talking about what are the challenges that the existing location has caused for that area, that neighborhood?
You mean with previous uses on the site?
The current bus barn.
Of the current site at Beasley Way?
Yes.
Well, so this application, we need to review the site, the proposed site. It's not a comparative analysis of the
All
existing
right.
site.
I'll save that question for the applicant. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Council. Is any other questions? Councilor Corrigan?
So I understand how the school buses run during the school year. Do we know how they run in the summer?
I do. That's a good question for the applicant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask the school district.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Francis. Appreciate it.
Before you leave?
Yeah, before we leave, we need to talk about the new evidence. All right, so I usually get to sit down after that, but Now let's go into,
As he sets that up, let me just remind you that the issue here is no new evidence or no new issues may be presented to the council that were not presented to the commission with sufficient specificity to allow the commission to respond to them. So that's what we're focusing on as to whether they're in the written submittals that we received, whether that was received. And staff has identified 4 items for council review, which we have notified, well, we've identified 4 items where we recommend that the yellow highlighted part be stricken.
Okay.
right, so I'll go over the 4 items, and then we'll see if anybody objects to them, and make a ruling. So the first one, it was in the Rosewood Neighborhood Association Notice of Intent to Appeal on page 7 through 8. And this is a claim that the presence of the wall is functional characteristics to the aesthetic effect of the element, and that it's not reasonably compatible to uses in the vicinity. This argument wasn't made previously in the record, and it's similar to the second item, which also talks about the wall, and that the wall talks about, well, the highlighted sentence is, finally, the wall is evidence itself the lack of compatibility, and increasing the wall creates even greater incompatibility. This was an argument previously made in the record. It's not evidence that's in the record. I think those are pretty straightforward, those 2. The third one is from comments from Exhibit G 403, which comment from Simon, and it talks about recent snowstorm, which we know happened after the decision was made by DRC, and no one previously brought up any impacts from a snowstorm with the proposed use. So that is new evidence that was not provided previously. And the fourth one is Exhibit G 413, comments from Pierce, and this talks about the pickleball scenario, and no one had brought up pickleball as part of it in the evidence, in the testimony, so that is new evidence. I think this commenter agrees with that. He's not going to object to it, but
Okay.
So those are the 4 items that we need to rule on.
Okay, the first 2 came from the appellant.
From the appellant, right. And may I just make a procedural note here is that you'll notice, the council will notice that the notice of intent to appeal was signed by Rosewood Neighborhood Association, and the 2 officers also were individually signed. Those 2 persons are not appellants before us. I think they did appear individually in the proceeding. You may hear from them. I don't know. But only the Rosewood Neighborhood Association is an appellant because the 2 individuals did not pay the appeal fee required, and pursuant to code, the city recorder made that determination and notified them of that. So there's really only one appellant, Rosewood Neighborhood Association.
Okay. So, and who is representing that neighborhood association?
I believe Sean Malone is an attorney. Is he present, or other representative of the neighborhood association?
Grant Howe?
Okay. And the specific question is, staff identified 2 items of the notice of intent to appeal as being outside the issues. Did you want to make an argument on that before the council rules or not? They were provided to your attorney, Mr. Malone, and we received a response back from him, and he did not make any statement one way or the other. We identified it as being outside the record. He didn't respond to that. He did respond to other items. So this is your opportunity to argue on that. Okay. Well, I think we can't have too much. Yes, come to the microphone because we need to. There are others watching. Okay. And again, the issue. I don't really care whether you make the argument or Mr. Malone or whoever, but we've identified the 2 items as being outside the scope. It's the whether a wall is a functional characteristic to which the reasonable compatibility test applies. There are other standards that the wall has to meet. Right.
We're not talking about the variances.
So it's whether it is to the functional characteristic reasonable compatibility. We notified your attorney, who raised that issue in the notice of intent to appeal. He did not respond on those two issues. Did you wish to make an argument in support of including those or not? And you, the Rosewood Neighborhood Association.
Okay, very good. So I guess my statement or my argument for including this evidence, we've discussed the wall previously in our application materials, or not in our application materials, but in our public comment that we provided, and the wall is only necessary due to noise and the use of the site as a transportation depot. So.
Yeah, don't disagree with that, but was the issue of reasonable or functional, the wall is a functional characteristic which would require reasonable compatibility raised, and so we didn't find that. We found addressing other issues, but not that. Okay. All right, well, if the council has heard the argument then, if you want to rule on those now?
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Boone. Yeah, I'll move that we strike the two highlighted sections from the Neighborhood Association's intent to appeal. Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor.
I think I heard the gentleman saying this topic was brought up in public comments at the DRC. So if it is part of the records.
What he said was the wall was brought up, and we don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But you have, but
not this
not only the evidence, the wall, but the issues have to be brought up with sufficient specificity to allow the commission to address it. So the commission addressed the wall relative to certain more clear and objective standards, okay, relative to design components, but not as to a conditional use element, okay. The commission addressed noise as a traffic, as a functional compatibility, because those are raised in that regard, but.
Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
Answer the question.
Can the gentleman show us evidence that they raised those questions?
Well,
that's what we had asked. That's what we're asking him to do.
Yeah.
That's what he asked.
Yeah, but he can't, so.
Yeah, because.
And the second one is the snow was after.
That's.
Yeah.
We'll get to that one.
Yeah, okay. So, gentlemen, no, I really want him.
That's what we just asked him.
And he, okay.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Those motion passes 7-0. These two highlighted comments are excluded. Okay. Next, we come to this comment from Exhibit G 403. Is the author of this comment here?
Mr. Simon?
Simon? No, it doesn't appear this person is here.
And essentially, the next one would be from Pierce. Mr. and Mrs. Pierce present?
Are you here? No.
No? And then you go ahead, and I would make a motion then to strike both on.
Okay, I'll move that we exclude both of these comments on these two exhibits.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0, excluding both these two comments here. Okay.
All right, so there's.
Okay. Oh, you have a question?
Can you
Okay, come forward.
please?
I'm sorry, I might have missed it here, but the Rosewood Neighborhood Association objects to striking these two items in the record.
Great.
So,
Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you.
Okay.
With that, I think we're ready for the applicant.
Well, we have two more items that.
Oh,
We'll rule
so
on those,
These are what?
the pickleball and the snow.
Yeah, then we have the two items that the applicant raised as new evidence.
The applicant identified, or in the applicant's recent submittal, they identified items that they challenged were outside the record. Staff has reviewed them, found to be inside the record. As I understand it, the applicant doesn't wish to speak further on the items, so I don't think there's a motion to be made. We're not moving to strike them.
Okay, all right. So that's it.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Franstead. All right, then we'll hear from the applicant.
The applicant. Let's see here.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Buck and councilors. I'm Jennifer Shealy, Superintendent of Lake Oswego School District. Lake Oswego School District is pleased that the DRC approved the district's application for the development of our new transportation facility on Lakeview Boulevard. Our students, families, and community are counting on the district to provide reliable and efficient transportation service, which encourages bus ridership and reduces the number of drivers on our roads. We're confident that our proposed new facility will enable us to deliver this essential service now and well into the future. Our Lakeview site will enable transportation operations to adequately store and maintain the bus fleet and provide a safe, warm, and dry location for our bus operators serving our students. The size, configuration, and infrastructure of this location puts us in an advantageous position to pursue grants and other opportunities to convert our majority of our bus fleets to electric buses. We understand the challenge of having a site in an industrial park located adjacent to a residential area. The district is committed to being a good neighbor, starting with design and operational improvements to the site. We also applaud the DRC for supporting recommendations for improvements to the residential area, including prioritizing safe routes to school projects. Upon final approval of our application, we are planning to begin construction work on the Lakeview Boulevard site later this year, with the goal to operate it in 2024. I'm now turning our presentation over to Carrie Richter of Bateman Sedile, our land use attorney, to amplify and clarify elements of the evidence in the record that support the DRC findings, conclusion, and order that approved our application with conditions.
Thank you, Mayor Buck and Council. My name is Carrie Richter. I'm an attorney at the law firm Bateman Sedile. My street address is 1000 Southwest Broadway, Suite 1910, Portland, Oregon 97205. I want to start out by thanking the city staff for all of the work they put into this application. Mr. Franstead and Mr. Boone have done yeoman's work to synthesize what is pages and pages of evidence for you in a very well presented report, 45 pages, examining the record and giving you a pretty deep dive into the material that was presented before the DRC. I'm going to focus on the two legal issues and then turn it over, the main legal issues, I think, in this case, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Aaron, the traffic engineer, who did all of the analysis, who did all the measurements of the intersections, who did all of the site distance analysis in traffic-related data in this case. So the first question that the Neighborhood Association has raised relates to one of the conditional use criteria, which is the reasonable compatibility test. And you'll hear a lot about that tonight, I expect. And there's sort of two steps to the reasonable compatibility test. First, you have to find that the proposed facility is reasonably compatible with the character of the vicinity. So what is the vicinity? Are we talking about a single-family neighborhood with nothing but passenger vehicles? Or what we're actually talking about here is a mixed-use area. It is highly mixed use. It's mixed use with respect to the zoning, and it is mixed use with respect to the development surrounding this use. There are office uses, industrial uses, residential uses. No party appears to dispute that there is a mixture of uses and that this mixture of uses generates different types of traffic. There are passenger cars in the morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, one every 5 minutes. There are heavy trucks delivering goods. There are semi-trucks. There are even trains, right? So there is a lot of different modes happening here, and there are people walking, right? So there are all of these different uses happening in the vicinity. And the question that you have to ask yourself is
are the impacts from this bus depot such that they are out of the range of other impacts already happening? Are they or are they reasonably compatible? Have we presented a proposal that establishes that the impacts from this depot are reasonably compatible within the realm of what uses either exist in the vicinity or could exist, right? A permitted industrial use would be allowed on this property to have an unlimited amount of heavy vehicle trucks or semi-trucks, and the only limitation on that would be the capacity of the roads. So, are the impacts from the depot reasonably compatible? And what the appellant's argument is that the bus depot is different because the buses all leave at the same time. They're batched together, right? They're going to leave between 7:15 and 7:45, and then they're going to come back between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, right? So they're batched together, and does that make this proposal out of the range of what's happening everywhere else? And I think that the answer, when you inspect the impacts that we've identified, that it will not. All of the roads and intersections have capacity to accommodate all the existing traffic, plus the bus traffic, at the hours the buses will run, except for Jean and Pilkington, which has a special condition that the school district will direct traffic away from that intersection until the light is in place. All outdoor lighting, including security lighting, will be fully hooded so as not to produce glare or result in any light trespass. So there will be no foot candles of light extending beyond the boundaries of the property. All bus repair will occur indoors, thereby mitigating any concentrated smoke or fumes. With respect to sound, all bus maintenance and testing will be accomplished behind a 10-foot high sound wall with a gate closed. And the sound testing determined that with the gate closed and the wall, the noise of the bus testing in the morning will be less than 60 dBA, which is a person having a reasonable conversation. That's the noise level. And it is going to be commensurate with the background noise out there today. It is commensurate with the vehicles traveling today. So it will be largely unnoticeable when the gate is closed. When the gate is open, there will be an increase of noise, but it will not be any greater than the heavy trucks traveling on the roads today. So, and it will be below the DEQ standards based on the professional acoustical engineering analysis. In conclusion, with respect to this criterion, all of these answers are not based on layperson speculation, but based on analysis of experts who are qualified to study and make these determinations. The overwhelming weight of this expert evidence is that the bus depot will fit within the mixed-use character of the surrounding uses. The second criteria I want to talk about that was raised in the appeal is 50.07005.3A, little 3I. That's why lawyers make the big money, right? They give you the numbers. The site is physically capable of accommodating the proposed bus depot. And this has to do with whether or not all of the uses can fit on the site, just as Mr. Franz had said, whether it oozes out. And one of the issues was the location of the propane tank before the Design Review Commission. And the testimony is that the propane tank will meet the city and the fire department standards, and that in the event that it has to be moved slightly, that there is room on the site. And this was testimony at the January 18th hearing, Exhibit E005. All of the other dimensional standards were considered in detail by staff in the DRC, including the parking and the 15% landscaping requirements, and can be met on the site. Therefore, the council should find that the site is physically capable of accommodating the proposed use. Finally, with respect to the 15% landscaping standard, the appellants have argued that The obligation that it must be visible from off-site requires that it be visible from the right-of-way. And that's not what the standard says. It says visible from off-site, meaning that if it can be seen from anywhere, any adjacent property boundary, then the standard is satisfied. And I wanted to just opine that I think that the part of the rationale for the landscaping standard may be not just aesthetic, but also environmental. There are water quality and environmental standards, benefits to a 15% landscaping standard that you don't have to see to be occurring. These are the central legal and interpretational issues in this appeal. Now I'm going to ask Mr. Aaron to add a few more specifics in response to the traffic and pedestrian safety concerns that have been raised.
Thank you. I see I have less than 5 minutes, so I'll try to keep it brief, and certainly you can ask whatever questions you have when I'm done if I didn't get to those points. So, Mayor, councilors, it's good to be here, and just wanted to highlight some of the items that the appellants have brought up, and maybe set the record clear, and just kind of highlight some of those. So first, as Mr. Richter said, the buses don't all leave in a big group. They're spread out over a half hour or even more. It's an average of 2 buses every minute. So, and because the buses go to different parts of town, they leave at different times. So they arrive in time to pick up the students. And our analysis shows that there's plenty of capacity on the roadways, and that's part of the compatibility, right? That adding these buses and the employee trips, it's spread out over the morning, over the afternoon, and there's plenty of capacity to handle that. There was a comment that we miscounted some of the bus trips, and we didn't. We actually, it's 2 trips for every bus. When they leave in the morning during that peak hour, they arrive an hour and a half or so later. That's the second trip. It occurs outside that typical peak hour. Same thing in the afternoon. They all leave. They're out. They run their routes, and then they return more than an hour later, typically. Pedestrian conflicts, there's some testimony in the record as to numerous pedestrians on Lakeview and 65th, and that's simply not supported from the evidence in the record. I think in some of the videos, they show some pedestrians walking. We actually had video counted for hours, but we focused on that peak hour when the buses would be leaving, and there were only 4 pedestrians in the morning, and none of them appeared to be students. And I addressed that in my letter, which is Exhibit F025. My letter also addresses the fact that buses are more maneuverable than a lot of the trucks that are currently out there. And in my letter, I note that some of the video that the appellants submitted into the record actually shows the buses can turn from 65th onto McEwen without encroaching into the opposing lane. Even though they argue that they can't, the video shows the opposite, that they can maneuver specifically better than trucks. There will be train impacts, and there's kind of 2 elements. I think you asked about the delays related to that. So when a bus is required by law to stop and open the door, listen for trains before they proceed, it's just under 10 seconds on average that bus is delayed at the tracks, right? So when the buses are an average of 30-second headways, that first bus typically will clear on average before the next bus arrives. And in our study, we did address what that would do with the queuing with the other vehicles that are there. And it will cause some additional delay, but it's not excessive. It's as if you had one more traffic signal you had to deal with on your way out of the neighborhood towards the freeway, for example. And then as far as when the trains do come and block the tracks, which does occur, that's something that the school district has to deal with in their planning for the routes. It occurs occasionally, and there's some appellants that testified that the buses would go down Lakeview, and I said they would, and that's not the case at all. They misunderstood the testimony at the last ERC hearing, and what I had actually said is if the buses were to route that way, there's no capacity or safety issues in my professional opinion. It's just that we've agreed to route them to the south based on comments from the prior application. I think that was Oh, then one more on the condition, incompatibility between conditions C2 and B9, one routing all to the south, and then the other one is minimizing the number of trips at the Jean-Pilkington intersection. The school district has really two ways to deal with that. One is to route the buses kind of far around so they don't go through that intersection. And again, this is mostly going to the middle school. And the other option they have is to keep the existing facility open and have some buses, especially the ones going to and from the north side of the lake, to go in and out of that facility until the signal's in place, and then they can move back to this new facility. So, and I'm out of time. I think I'm out of comments, so any questions you have, we're happy to answer.
Okay, thank you both very much. So just to clarify, I mean, based on comments in the record, Mr. Aaron, you mentioned it was an option of the district, but I understand the district is going to continue to operate some buses out of the existing facility until that signalized, until the signal is installed at the Pilkington-Jean intersection. Is that correct?
They've indicated to me that would be the plan, but there are other things that they can do too, but right now I understand that's the plan.
That's the plan. But regardless, that the traffic impacts to, or the bus, well, specifically with regards to the buses at that intersection, until that signal is installed, will remain kind of at current levels. But none of that relates to the fact that the buses will all go south on Lakefield. They'll never
completely separate, right? Completely separate issues.
As they route through the community, there'll be no more additional buses routing to that intersection.
Right. I think the maximum was 4 per hour that we found, and those are primarily related to the middle school bus routes that currently go through there, and that's kind of the cap, is 4 per hour.
Okay. And you talked about the bus, the number of buses and the trip count as a result. Did the traffic study factor in the employee cars?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that's part of the count.
Yes, the employees arrive before the buses leave, and they leave after the buses arrive. So some of them are in that same hour that we analyzed, some are outside. Yeah.
Different. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilor Afghan, please go ahead.
Could you tell us about your credentials?
Sure. I'm a licensed traffic and civil engineer in Oregon and Washington. I've worked as a traffic engineer. I've been licensed since 1998 and worked in this profession since I was an intern in 1991. So I've been at this for a while. And right now I manage our traffic engineering group at McKenzie.
Okay, thank you. I have several questions for you.
Okay.
When you say the traffic was looked at in relationship to the railroad track, and 2 buses every minute, with the buses stopping 10 seconds, it's the same as a traffic stop. Can you elaborate on that?
Right. So what I mean by that is the other vehicles that are already on the road, they will experience some additional delay when those buses stop, right? 2 per minute during the peak time, right? And it's not two per minute over an hour, it's like 2 per minute over a 10-minute period, right? So the delay that those vehicles will experience is similar to having 1 additional traffic signal as you leave the neighborhood. So if you picture it like you had to go through 2 signals at Boone's Ferry again, right? So that's kind of the equivalent delay.
Can you help me understand the math? When we're talking about 60 buses in 30 minutes, that equates to 2 buses every minute?
It's actually less than 60 buses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they come out over, the plan is about a 35-minute period for the buses to come out, yeah.
From one engineer to another, it feels like we're gonna have 50 buses leaving within 30 minutes. They're going to be all at the same time. And I'm having a difficult time to see how the sequencing are gonna work such that there is not a major traffic impact to that area. But from one engineer to another engineer, you're a traffic engineer, so I have to accept your analysis.
Well, the other thing I would point out is not all the buses that leave are going across that track. The buses that are serving the local Rosewood neighborhood are not going to go that way. That was part of the discussion we had with the DRC, that if they were picking up students, or if the buses are coming from River Grove after they drop off in the afternoon, they can head directly back to the bus facility.
So that brings me to the next question, which is, in the documents that I read, I thought it was black and white that all buses are gonna go south, toward the south, with the exception of the buses that are going to serve Rosewood.
Correct.
What I think I just heard was that that plan is in place until the traffic light at Jean and Pilkington are gonna go in. So here, I need a straight black and white answer. When that traffic light goes in, is the Lake Oswego School District going to change some of the traffic going north?
They are not. That condition, I believe it's C2, that all buses must route to the south, still applies. The only thing related to the signal is condition B9 that says we can't add more than 4 buses per hour, or can't exceed what's there today, right? So the school district, like I said, has 2 choices for that. One is, like they've intended, to keep the existing facility open and have buses route out of there so they don't go through the Jean and Pilkington intersection. And again, those are buses that are going to the middle school, or for example, going up to Westridge, right? So if they go around McEwen to Boone's Ferry, they would come down Jean Way and Jean and go through that intersection. So instead, if buses are going to, say, the Westridge neighborhood or up towards Palisades, right, they'd have to route differently. So the option is they go further north on Boone's Ferry to like Bryant or something, or they come out of that existing bus facility and route down Bryant like they do today.
So you said that intersection allows up to 4 buses per hour.
That's what we observed there today from the middle school, right? Primarily the middle school.
Okay.
It's the condition that allows 4 buses per hour.
Right.
Because that's the existing condition, not that the intersection allows it.
Right.
Maybe you could
the
put more
condition,
through, but the condition said no more than existing buses.
right.
So
Until the signal's in place.
Let me ask the question differently.
Okay.
5 years from now, will there be more than 4 buses per hour going through that intersection?
Yes, there will.
Tell me more.
I don't have the number in front of me, but I believe it's up to 8 or 9 per hour, if I recall correctly. So it's about a doubling of what's there today. But with the signal there's plenty of capacity to handle those additional trips.
Let me see if I can, I think that what's missing are those trips coming from the bus barn to that intersection? I think that's the piece that's missing, because I think are they turning left out of the bus barn and going to that intersection? That's what he wants to know.
Okay, so no, as I described before, they're going south to McEwen, they're routing around to Boone's Ferry, they turn at Jean Way by the Wilco now? And then come down Jean Road, right? So they've done that to avoid going up Lakeview, which is condition C2, that they can't go that route.
Okay.
So they go around, they make it like a big C, basically,
Okay.
right?
I wanted to let you know, and also Evan, that with your statements about the traffic and the traffic signal in the future, every time you guys read that sentence, confused the heck out of me. Thank you for answering the question such that I understand. Next topic. You mentioned noise level. Are these buses that are propane fueled, are there any noisier than the old buses, diesel fuel?
What's in the record?
Only what's in the record. We can't put in new evidence to respond to that question. The testimony that is in the record is that these are propane buses, not diesel buses, so they have less fumes. The noise study with the wall indicates that the fueling of the buses that will happen inside the wall and the gate closed will not result in noise levels that are any greater than the background noise, the existing traffic noise.
There is the noise volume and noise frequency.
Correct.
So I think I heard you saying with the gate closed, it's at 60 dB.
Yes.
What's the frequency?
I am not a noise engineer, so I cannot answer that question. I would ask, I don't think the civil engineers probably can't answer that question either, so I'm sorry.
I also would like to know how noisy these buses are. So I don't know if they're part of the record or not. I did not see that as I was reading the information.
Do you mean how noisy they are when they're just running?
Yes. As they're leaving the facility and they're stepping on the gas, what's the noise level?
I will have to, why don't I turn to that study and I will get back to you about that.
Okay.
You go one more question, then we'll have to come back to you.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm just wondering, in the staff report is a decibel reading of the buses running out of Beasley. So that information is available, if that's what you're asking, okay?
Yeah, so I went out there 3 years ago and measured the decibels, but I didn't measure the frequencies.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's going to answer your question. At that time, I was standing in Beasley, like on Beasley Street. They were driving past me early in the morning, and that produced an average of 85 decibels, the loudest reading.
85.
I don't, so I'm looking at the noise study from March 8th, 2022, and Table 5 and 6, and those are the predicted sound levels with the wall and with the gate open, and they're between 60 and 74, and then the loudest with no wall is 70.
Okay, my next question before the mayor takes it away from me until the next round. Describe the wall to me. You called it the sound attenuated wall. So if I'm standing and looking at this wall, describe it to me, because I saw many comments from the neighbors that this is going to look like a penitentiary. And I have a picture of what a penitentiary wall looks like, so I wanted to know how this wall was going to be.
Well, as I understand this wall, it is cement block in patterns.
Okay.
And then it is landscaped, so it's a 10-foot wall, and then it's landscaped with 6-foot hedge that then will grow, presumably, and help soften the aesthetic impacts of the wall.
Are there barbed wires on top?
That's not in the record.
That's not in the record. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Corrigan.
So I guess this is the appropriate time to ask my question, but I recognize it may not be in the record. And that is, how many trips for the buses in the summertime? Did that come into consideration?
I don't believe that was ever discussed in the record.
Okay. So does that mean that there isn't any? That's why it didn't come up?
No, but that information just is not in the record.
It's not in the record. What is in the record is that this is a school that operates at its peak capacity in non-summer times. And so that's what you looked at for purposes of impacts to intersections.
During the school year, correct.
Okay. And my next question has to do with, I know there's safety concerns here. Did anybody look at the accident history for the area?
Yes, that's part of the traffic analysis.
Okay. And it was normal, acceptable, nothing that would raise any alarms with regard to having school buses through the area?
Because, typically what we do is look at the crash history then we address what are the impacts of those additional vehicles, right? And there's no, locations, roadways, or intersections that would rise to the level of requiring mitigation. And then when we look at, what's the capacity, can the buses make the turns? And there were no recommendations for mitigation, and staff agreed with the analysis, and they didn't recommend anything else either.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Corrigan. You didn't have a question? No. Oh, okay. Councilor Afghan, do you have any?
Yes. The existing bus barn, have you looked at what type of challenges they have and how it would amplify in the new location?
That's in the record? I mean, let me understand the question. I want to make sure that they're not asked questions that are outside the record. You're asking how they're operating at the Beasley Street site, and how that operations might be, or how the challenges in that operation might be amplified at the current site, or at the proposed site?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
So I think that gets to maneuverability of the site of proposed.
Well, Mr. Boone, what I can say is the only information, at least in my traffic analysis that I know is in the record, is the survey that was done at that site to get a grasp on what the trip generation was of the buses and the employees for use in the analysis that was prepared for the prior application. We took that same information and included it in this study.
Here's the intent of the question. The buses coming out of the existing bus barn cut the corner and they have created a big mess over in this area. Or the buses coming out of the bus barn, they're coming one after another, and all 66 of them are like a train, and the rest of the neighborhood has to wait 30 minutes before they go to work. So are those challenges going to come over to the new area and we have to deal with them, or have they been addressed?
So unfortunately, my perception is that answering that question would require us to give you new facts that aren't in the record. All I can tell you is that we have carefully designed this site so that we can reasonably accommodate all of the impacts. And we've addressed all of the impacts and mitigated to make them reasonably compatible. So I can't, unfortunately, give you any more information in terms of facts because I can't, part of the limited record.
Thank you. I'm also hearing Attorney Boone's talking to me. These are new information you're asking. Stop, stop, stop.
Well, I think if your question is, how many buses are going to be leaving, because in your example, is it a train leaving? Traffic engineer Aarons, you studied how many buses would be leaving during the period and what the impacts were on the intersections and the street.
Yeah, so what's in I mentioned we do have information from the Beasley site as far as what was surveyed back in 2018 or 2019. That's in the appendix. I think it's Appendix H, if I remember correctly. Yes, Appendix H of the traffic study. And so where we do have information, we show how many buses were coming out in 5-minute increments from the Beasley site. And the peak was 10 buses in a 5-minute period, which is like I testified earlier, 30-second headways on average. Every other 5-minute period in the morning was less than that.
That actually answered my next question, so thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kessler, did you want to?
Yes, Councilor Afghan, I think I could supply 3 examples of...
Identify yourself for the record, please.
And Stuart, it's got to be in the record, so you got to be able to
Yes.
refer to places in the record where it exists. Thank you.
Yes. Stuart Kessler, Assistant Superintendent, Lake Oswego School District. And I believe there are 3 areas that are in the record that I would contrast with the Beasley Way site relative to the Lakeview site. And one is there were maps introduced that showed an overlay of the immediate area next to Beasley Way. And one thing that I would observe is there are residential houses immediately abutting the existing Beasley Way Transportation Center, whereas at Lakeview, they're not immediately abutting, they're adjacent, they're across the street, but we don't have any residences that are immediately right next to the Beasley Way Transportation Center. The other thing that I would call out is that I believe the picture showed that our facility at Beasley Way is encircled by a chain link fence. And so there is no sound attenuation at the current location, whereas the new location, as we're discussing, will have the sound attenuating wall. And then the third thing that I would call out is that the maps that have been introduced in evidence for both sites show that or the Beasley Way site, that the circulation is very constricted because it's a very small site, less than 1.5 acres, and that at the Beasley Way or Lakeview site, it's larger and it has 2 points of entry, whereas Beasley has just one. The Beasley Way lane versus 2 separate driveways at Lakeview. So those are things in the record that I think are worth calling out.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Any further questions? Okay, thank you all very much. So what we'll do now is have folks who are testifying in favor of the application speak. After that, we will hear from the appellant, and then folks who are opposed to the application will then speak, followed by folks who are neutral to the application. Then before we open the public comment portion of the hearing, here we'll just say we also have many records of comment that were submitted as part of this entire process that the council took the time to read, including audio visual materials. And so we appreciate everyone who has submitted those comments. Of course, those of you that are here tonight, that's great as well. We appreciate everyone who participated and gave us a lot of good information in preparation for the hearing here tonight. So with that, I have one person, Duke Castle, come on down. Folks, you'll have two minutes as an individual, and we have the timer if this is your first time. We're glad that you're here. Mr. Castle, it's not his first time here, so he knows how this works.
Actually, I'm testifying on behalf of the Lake Oswego Sustainability Network, and I've been told to get 5 minutes.
Oh, wonderful, 5 minutes. We have the timer for you to use. Now, if no one else has signed up in favor, so if you are in the room and you are in favor and would like to speak, just fill out one of these blue forms and hand it to Ms. Linder. Okay. Mr. Castle.
Should we start?
The floor is yours.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, I'm Duke Castle. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Lake Oswego Sustainability Network. We strongly support the Lakeview Transportation Facility and feel that it provides the district and community with a tremendous opportunity to accelerate the electrification of our school buses. Many of the concerns regarding the transportation facility, such as noise, pollution, and the use of propane, go away as we electrify the school bus fleet. Our network has been working for several years with the school board and administration to promote the transition to electric school buses. Together, we attended a school bus demonstration at Western Bus in Boring and could see that the electric buses are now commercially available and quite viable. They're quiet, emission-free, and significantly less expensive to operate and maintain than fossil fuel buses. As a result, the district put in its contract with Student Transportation of America the ability to purchase electric buses as they became affordable. That time has now arrived. There are now new financial models for making this conversion. Highland Electric, a Beverly, Massachusetts financial company, has pioneered a fee-for-service approach where they will electrify an entire bus fleet over several years at no greater cost than what a district would pay for diesel buses. During a visit to Portland, Highland's West Coast representative, Nico Poulos, met with members of our school administration and toured the Lakeview site. He was impressed and said this location was in the top 10% of all proposed electrification sites he's seen. Here is what he said, and let me quote, As far as the depot location for LO, it's ideal for electrification for the following reasons. Number one, the size is ample for a fleet their size. Overall square footage and available parking spaces allow for no double parking. Two, the inflow and outflow is also great. Seeing one-way direction from incoming buses and one way for outgoing is going to create a much safer lot. Three, Tony Vandenberg mentioned that the buses would either back in or nose into the fence line, which is a great place to install chargers. This is the biggest one of all. Installing a charger with its back to the fence and the bollards to protect them from the buses in front will allow the buses to charge easily, but still allow for the buses to back out with room to spare. Number four, also installing conduit for the infrastructure along the fence line would be easier than most. It appeared that there was ample power nearby to connect to and from the local utility. All in all, the space is large enough to allow for the infrastructure to be installed without hindering the safety of incoming and outgoing traffic. End of his quote. Once this site is approved, the district will be ready to issue an RFP to firms such as Highland so that the district can expeditiously move forward. The key is to have an approved site and to move forward without delay to take advantage of emerging federal grants. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, the federal government will start awarding billions of dollars in grants this year. Obtaining those grants is one of the key factors in making these financing programs so affordable. So it's in our community's interest to rapidly move forward so that whatever financial firm we choose can secure the grants on our behalf. We have a forward-thinking school district that's ready to make the conversion to electric buses. We have a superb location in which to do this and financing options available to make the complete conversion. With the well-being of our children, our community, and our planet at stake, we can't afford to delay this issue further. That's why the Lake Oswego Sustainability Network strongly recommends that we take advantage of this opportunity by approving this site and keeping the momentum going to electrify our school bus fleet as quickly as possible. Thank you.
In under 5 minutes.
I know. I practiced.
Mayor, may I ask a question of the?
You want to ask him a question?
The commission found that this issue was not relevant to any criteria, and so in preparing findings eventually, can you point to the criteria or standards that would be addressing here?
Yeah, we talked about noise, pollution, what was the other one?
But as of the proposed application, I think that's the issue here.
Sure.
This is not yet being proposed.
Okay, let me be very honest. I think it's important to look at the context of this. And in the discussion the DRC commissioners had, they specifically mentioned the electrification. And the school district said this is their plan. I mean, Superintendent Shealy mentioned that today. So I think we have to realize when you make this decision, what's the outcome of it? If we don't approve this and delay this, think about what we're doing for our community.
Okay, well, I appreciate all that. I guess the commission found it was not in the current proposal, and I think that's.
Yeah,
that's
and they did discuss it in the deliberations. Okay.
Yes, and they found it not
well,
relevant to the current proposal.
I wouldn't say it didn't have an impact. The chair specifically cited it when he started his deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to testify in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, seeing none. All right, then we are now going to move on to the appellant's testimony, the Rosewood Neighborhood Association. Folks representing them.
A and B, I don't know which one you want to start. Yes, that's correct.
Good evening to you both. Make yourselves right at home. And when you start, if you could please just introduce yourselves, that'd be great. We're glad that you're here.
Super, thank you. My name is Grant Howell. I'm the chair for the Rosewood Neighborhood Association.
And I'm Christine Roth, and I am
of the Neighborhood Association.
So thank you, council, for your time tonight. We appreciate it. Also, thanks to city staff for all their efforts in assisting with our appeal. So we're here to talk about the proposed bus barn location. We're going to start out by discussing the current site on Beasley Way. The site's 2.06 acres. We use GIS tools to determine the size. We excluded the area that's shown in the highlighted yellow portion here that buses didn't already occupy. We did include what's dedicated as right-of-way on the tax map. It's not right-of-way, it's exclusively controlled by the school district, and it's gated off from the general public. And this is a reference to the tax maps that we use to determine the area. We received a correction from the school district on that, and the Beasley Bus Barn site's reportedly 1.5 acres, excluding the area that's being used as a kindergarten playground for Lake Grove Elementary. We want to highlight that new homes have been constructed directly adjacent to the existing facility as recent as 2020. While we sympathize with these folks, we understand they did move to the new since these are new homes that were built. So we wanted to look at bus barns nearby, and in particular, what do other districts do? Westland Wilsonville has a 5-acre site on Grams Ferry Road in Sherwood. Tiger Tualatin has an 8-acre site for their active fleet on Hall Boulevard. They also have a 6-acre site for inactive, or their not commonly used fleet on Pacific Highway. And Oregon City has a 10-acre site on Myers Road directly adjacent to the high school. In comparison, we want to look at the Lakeview site. Lakeview site has spaces for 70 employees and 66 buses. 2.4 acres, but it has several constraints with code, and those are landscaping requirements. Lake Oswego code stipulates that a minimum of 15% of the site must be landscaped. So the school district was going to landscape 15.7% of the site, that's 0.36 acres. So 2.4 minus 0.36 is 2.04 acres. Lake Oswego code also requires that all parking shall be off-site for employees, so we excluded the area of the site that's used for employee parking. We measured that to be 0.37 acres from their scaled site plan, and so 2.04 minus 0.37, that's 1.67 acres of usable space for buses on the property. So looking at an apples-to-apples comparison of the current site and the proposed site, the school district claims that the existing 1.5 acres is insufficient to maintain their operations. So we contend that 1.67 acres likely isn't going to improve on that. So in terms of site planning, what do the experts say? In terms of general guidelines, the American Public Transportation Association is a calculator. It assists in determining municipalities and their organizations' space needs for transportation facilities. So we took the information from the site plan that showed the proposed employee parking spaces and the bus spaces. And given the parking pattern, APTA recommended that a site between 7.2 and 8.6 acres be reserved for a facility with 66 buses. The national average for a suburban bus site with 50 buses is 5 to 6 acres. This is stated in APTA's information as well as ODOT document transit in small cities. The school district contends that the proposed site is a tight site. It's so tight that it can't meet certain areas of code. For example, the parking standards are not met. Each of the 3 ADA parking spaces in the front of the building is a foot too narrow. The 3 ADA spaces and the 4 carpool vanpool spaces are 2.5 feet too shallow. So to comply with the parking code, the parking space width would have to be increased, which would reduce the number of spaces, and the depth would have to be increased, which would cause the space to stick out in the drive aisle, which would interfere with the operation of other vehicles. The parking standards also require that a parking design ensures that the parking of any vehicle should not interfere with the parking or maneuvering of any other vehicle. Buses have to drive off the site and re-enter to access the maintenance bays and to access the fueling station. And they have to swing into oncoming lanes on Lakeview Boulevard to do so. They'll have to exit the site and park on the street to allow other vehicles to park and maneuver if the situation arises. The landscaping standards are also not met. Lake Oswego code requires that a minimum of 15% of the site's available area be used as landscaping that's visible from off-site. So I took their site plan, their landscaping plan. The areas in blue show landscaping that's behind the wall. The small green portion shows landscaping that's in the right-of-way, and the yellow portion is landscaping that's visible on property in front of the wall. So only 1.2% of the total landscaping is visible from off-site. The rest is hidden behind the wall. To make the landscaping visible, the school district would have to put it outside the wall, and that would potentially shrink the usable bus operations area. The city attorney contended that you can see the landscaping if you stand on the Sepoy property and look through the fence to see the landscaping behind the wall. In terms of Oregon Fire Code requires that the propane tank just below 2,000 gallons has to be located 25 feet from any adjoining buildable property line. This is 20 feet from the nearest property line, which is 18551 Southwest 65th Avenue. The property lines along the railroad right-of-way don't appear to be consistent in their width. We believe there is no propane tank location in the back corner that will comply with Oregon Fire Code. The school district also states the site hopefully provides adequate access for fire department vehicles to access the propane tank in the event of an emergency. The site is so crowded that the school district hopes that first responders can access the site in the event of an accident. We want to bring these points up because the Lakeview site is not physically capable of accommodating the proposed use and therefore does not meet the conditional use criteria. I'd also like to review some additional facts. The school district states that the 1.5 acres in the existing site is not sufficient for them. Lakeview site has 1.67 acres of area that's available for bus operations. The other suburban bus barns range in size from 5 to 10 acres, and APTA recommends that a site of at least 7 acres be selected for a bus barn with 66 buses. ODOT and APTA concur that a 5 to 6 acre site would be needed for a bus barn with 50 buses, so 1.67 acres is not enough space to meet code. And we believe it endangers lives and property. Thank you. Go ahead, Chris.
My name is Christine Roth, as I said, and I'm a 30-year resident of the Lake Oswego area. A topic I'd like to address tonight is the impact that the bus barn and the school district or on the traffic will have on local businesses and residents of the area. All the citations after this are within the record. Microsystems, which is the largest employer, I believe, in the city of Lake Oswego, wrote you to express their concern about so much traffic using the same streets as their employees walk on every day.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What was the name of that company?
Microsystems.
Thank you. Thank you.
They are a medical device manufacturer. The residents recognize the people walking through the area, and they're there every day. They walk constantly, and a good number of them walk down Lakeview. And as we've all seen, Lakeview is narrow. It has no sidewalks. It has inconsistent areas where you could shelter. There are some ditches that have been excavated in there to retain some water that runs off. All in all, the street is inadequate. There are, as Lake Oswego's study had said, they've got 50 buses generating 200 trips a day. That means 200 trips a day in and out for the drivers, the bus drivers. There are probably about 75 car trips per day on Lakeview of neighbors simply driving through the area. Now, that's a really shaky number because nobody has ever counted them. So that leaves just short of 300 trips, trips per day on a road that's below minimum standards and no plans to upgrade it. It's narrow, it has no continuous shoulders, standing water in the winter, and no sidewalks, making walking or riding bikes, especially for children on their way to school, difficult and sometimes dangerous. As Grant said, buses also need to pull out to get service to the buses and then come back in. There is no way you can do that without crossing into an oncoming lane unless you've got a gate somewhere else to come in, which I don't see presented in the map. This is really a nuisance and a hazard because you've got inconsistent blockage of the area. People don't know whether it's safe to come through or not. Another thing that no one has mentioned, other than in the original material, was that there are semis that park in that lot, that they park in front of what had been the shoe factory. They leave their engines running, and if they arrive at midnight on a Friday night, they can't unload until Monday morning, so they stay there, parked with their engines running. And you've got constant hazards with people trying to get around, sometimes double-parked semis. So the semi-engines running all day and night are both aggravating, and they emit fumes that are not good for the health of anyone or any animals, whether they be pets or wildlife. For those reasons, substandard road conditions, narrow street lighting or street surface, minimal lighting, and large vehicles traveling on the street, the Rosewood Neighborhood Association requests that the council deny applications for the bus barn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roth. Does that conclude your?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you both. Does anyone have any questions? Councilor Afghan? And, okay, go ahead.
Yes, I do, sir. I kept hearing that there is no sidewalk on that street.
Yes.
When I visited that area, I saw a sidewalk on the school property and maybe the adjacent lot that went all the way to the stop sign, with the exception of the last property. So I get confused when we talk about people walking on Lakeview, and it becomes a safety issue because the buses are not supposed to go north, they're going south.
Yes.
And if they're going south and the majority of that section has a sidewalk, help me understand the safety issue that you're talking about.
Before you answer that, I mean, Commissioner Afghan, what you've described is in the commission's findings about a sidewalk extending south with the exception of the last parcel, which is based upon the evidence in the record. So I'm the evidence in the record kind of guy.
I'm not disagreeing with what's in the record. I'm trying to understand the concern that it doesn't compute for me.
Yeah, I understand that. It's in there, but it's not new evidence, so go right ahead.
Okay. Are you referring from McEwen toward these bus lot?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think there is that much sidewalk. I'm sorry to disagree with you, but I can't cite anything to say that there isn't. I know for that very last portion it would be on the east side, that there is no sidewalk there. And that's scary.
Yes, on the east side, there's no sidewalk, but on the west side, there is a substantial sidewalk. And
Okay.
the very last lot on that section doesn't have the sidewalk. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Booth?
Yeah. Thank you so much. I was I just want to remind folks that it's an appeal and we are only gonna work on the elements we have, and that's all. We cannot there's no sympathy or sympathizing. Unfortunately, I understand how people can be hurt on both sides, but we are here in a quasi-judicial hearing. We can only talk about, is it feasible? Is it compatible? Is it? Yeah, so my question is, no, I just want to remind. So the gentleman said that the landscaping requirement, they don't meet it, and so that
What's
it's
the question?
yeah. My question: what's the evidence that they don't meet the landscaping requirement?
Yeah, so the evidence the landscaping requirement isn't met is because the majority of the landscaping that's on the property that's being proposed is behind the wall. It's not visible from off-site. So if you were to walk down the sidewalk on Lakeview, you're going to see landscaping in front of the wall for a small portion. It's part of the streetscape. And then everything else behind the property, or behind the wall, pardon me, is not visible when you're walking down the street.
Okay.
Yes, I will come to that. And also, you say the parking offside, and I take that with if it's not new evidence that semi-trucks are there, but in what we are working on, the semi-trucks, they should not park in somebody's property. This property is for the public school. So here we are working on either if the public school can fit their vehicle and everything on their site. What did you mean when you talk about the engine running all night and stuff like that?
They're parked in areas where there's space available. This has been in the past. There are empty spaces here and there, and that's where they were parking. And that's easily heard from a number of houses, probably 3 properties in from where they're parked.
And so before the school, of course, the school district hasn't come yet. So this noise, you were hearing that every time what I mean is even when the public school come with their buses, they cannot make louder noise than these semi-trucks.
Yeah.
I think the evidence in the record, it was that buses, or excuse me, that semi-trucks do park in the roadway, kind of in the middle, the median strip. I don't believe there's any evidence about using the subject site or really any other site.
There is not.
But I think the point was that buses, or excuse me, that semi-trucks, when they're waiting to offload, do use the street, and that there is noises running from them. Okay, but that's
sometimes that noise is continuous for 2 days.
Right. That I agree on that, but there wasn't really any evidence about off-street long-term parking.
No, it's not off-street. It's on the street.
No, I understand. There wasn't any evidence in the record about off-street warehousing of semi-trucks waiting for business to open. So that's all you.
Yeah, and the other question is, Lake Oswego does not, I don't think that when you talk about the national, like that in the national level, we need this amount, this square footage to have a bus band. So my question is it, are you taking national or are you taking the rules here in Lake Oswego?
So my point of raising the 5 to 6 acres as a national average, as well as other regional facilities, is the school district has an existing site that's already very small. They're selecting another site that's not significantly larger, and they're including employee parking on it. So that was my point of.
Is the neighborhood's concern that buses will then be and/or employees will be parking in the neighborhood? What is the impact concern?
I mean, the impact concern is having all when the buses are parked there on the property, and they're operating, that they leave and they come back. There's not a lot of room on the site for them to maneuver and for them to park.
Well, how does that impact the neighborhood?
The neighbor. That's what I was going to ask. That I think it's an operational problem.
We'll let him answer the question, Counselor.
From the record.
Yeah.
You bet.
Is it? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, let me collect my thoughts for a moment on that.
Yeah.
In terms of the neighborhood impact with parking in the site plan, we think the site's it's too small to have the bus operations there, essentially right next to our neighborhood where there's existing homes. In terms of the site size, it's not a sufficiently sized area, if that makes sense.
Okay. Councilor Rowe. Yes.
It's more of a DRC question, like ordinance. What is the landscaping requirement in city code? Does it have to be in front of the wall, behind the wall?
Yeah.
What's the quote?
Okay, so the standard is, so this is LOC 50.06.0041. For industrial development, they must provide 15% of the net developable area in a combination of landscaping and open space visible from off-site. So it says visible from off-site.
Right. Okay, so then my next question is, because I heard from the previous, or the school district, that there was going to be significant hedges around that perimeter, outside perimeter of the wall. Is that correct on the record?
There's, yes, there's a hedge, a screening hedge.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Councilor Raff. Councilor Afghan.
Everything's on record.
Good job.
Grant, you brought up several issues that, based on your conclusion, it violates the code. Did you present those to DRC?
I did, yes.
And what was their answers to you?
In terms of the interpretations of code, in like, if, for example, in the case of landscaping, to use as an example, like visible from off-site, that doesn't have to be a requirement for how visible it is from off-site. So the DRC largely concluded that the objections that we made to code were either not applicable or they had no way to verify it. So with the propane tank, for example, being 20 feet from the property line, we have a site survey done. We were, basing our conclusion on the materials in the application. And so that was the conclusion we came to with the propane tank, for example, being in violation of fire code.
I think the ones that caught my attention was the parking spaces are too smaller than what the code requires, or the buses turning radius, they're going to go into the other lanes, but they listened to your issues that you brought up, and they had a different interpretation, what I just heard.
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? Yeah, Councilor Burr.
And correct me if I should be asking this later, so forgive me, but I think I just would like some clarification that in order for final approval to be granted, that propane tank will be inspected and made sure that it is following code. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the distance from the property lines he's referring to is it's part of the fire code. And the fire marshal reviews that as part of the building permit process. So that is before they can operate on the site, they'll need to get building permit and get fire marshal approval.
Okay. And also, could you clarify in terms of the parking spaces, especially the handicap, to make sure that, is that similar? Are we going to make sure that, again, that those will be adequate, that they will meet code and so forth?
Yes, it is similar to something that's reviewed as time of building permit, but the development code does say that ADA parking spaces need to be met. And I had the building official look at the plans, and he did not see any issues with the parking spaces. He says it meets code. So it's a different interpretation than the appellants. I think they might be referring to an old fire code, but yeah, the building official confirmed that those ADA spaces are compliant.
Okay. Yeah, no, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, so now we will hear testimony from folks who are opposed to the application. If you are here and you are opposed and would like to provide testimony and haven't yet filled out one of these blue sheets, they are available and it's not too late. So if you have one, just turn it in to Ms. Linder.
And it's required that you have appeared before the DRC,
Yes,
either written or
if you have
orally.
standing. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yes, if you have standing.
If they were here.
Yes, yes. Melinda Gorman is the first. And as a reminder, individuals have 2 minutes, and homeowners associations, recognized neighborhood associations, government agencies, and other incorporated public interest organizations have 5 minutes. And we're glad that you're here. Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Melinda Gorman. I've lived in the Rosewood area for 15 plus years. I'm just a few blocks away from the proposed bus barn. I'm going to just reiterate the email data points that I had already sent in. My biggest thing is the 2 railroad crossings to contend with, McEwen and Boone's Ferry. Traffic's often held up by trains during the afternoon hours, buses idling for 20 minutes, and I've experienced this many times. It takes that long. The pollution generated will be considerable. It will also add to the already existing daily tie-ups. To locate this facility in a residential area is a safety issue for pedestrians and homeowners, and the risk of explosion from fueling stations and propane tanks is frightening. River Grove Elementary School, it's under construction now, but it's supposed to be done soon, is located a few blocks away from the proposed site. Many children in the neighborhood walk to school, bike to school, and as we've said, there aren't very many sidewalks. I like that. Increasing traffic in this area creates potential hazards for them. The volume of semi-trucks which traverse the 65th and McEwen intersection already poses a problem for cars. This intersection is not designed for their wide turns. Buses will add to this already difficult area. There's a stop sign there, but I go up to that stop sign. If I see something coming at me that's big, I'm like 100 yards away so they can make their turn. It's a bad intersection. Finally, this facility will lower the values of the homes located nearby, and I sympathize with those homeowners.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Michael Offer. Good evening. Yes, well, either one is fine. Hi there.
Hello, my name is Michael Offer. I have a business at the 6701 McEwen Road. It's the most impacted business by this plan here. I have 3 driveways along 65th and 1 driveway on McEwen Road. It says Westmark Industries. We've been there. I built that building in 1989. If you take a look at the building, I went through design review, and if you look, I invite anybody to drive by and see what the landscape, the intent of the landscape to be visible. You can see our buildings are set back. We have hedges, we have trees. That's what the city of Lake Oswego wanted. We built the street, we put a swale in, we built the sidewalk, we did a half-street improvement, we collected all the water from the street and put it down our dry well along with this, what we put in for a swale. So if you take a look, the relationship between the school district and the city is bedfellows, okay? So it's very, very tight. What the school district gets is much different than what a private person gets. Speaking of private people, I was exceptionally appalled that the superintendent of the school district did not even know that the school buses are not owned by the city. I found that somebody in that type of position, with that type of compensation, is putting this whole thing together and does not even know that the school buses are not owned by the city. And the other thing is from pedestrians go, they come and walk through our property to get over to McEwen Road because they can't walk around the corner. There's no street there. And I would think that all the things the city's done to try to encourage pedestrian traffic or mass transit, there's almost no consideration here for either one of those.
Thank you, Mr. Offer.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. Cassie Schmitz. Casey Schmitz. Good evening.
I think what the previous gentleman meant was that the school district does not own the buses. I just wanted to make that correction, not the city. Hello, my name is Casey Schmitz, I live on Longfellow Avenue, approximately 400 feet from the proposed bus barn location. I'm here tonight in opposition to the bus barn at 6333 Lakeview Boulevard. Moving from one site that is too small to another site that is too small means that the current issues that they face at the Beasley site will follow them to the new location. This move does minimal, if anything, to improve the overall bus maintenance situation. My suggestion is that the school district explore outside of the Lake Oswego city limits for a larger site, one that is 5 to 10 acres that is comparable with other school district locations, and a much more reasonable size move than merely adding less than 1 acre. Alternatively, since Uplands is closed outside of temporarily housing students until River Grove is complete in a year, they should move their bus barn to Uplands that is PF zoned. It's almost 10 acres, not a sound burden on neighbors because it abuts a park land on 2 sides, the junior high on the 3rd, and there is no adjoining or abutting or adjacent existing residents. They could add a driveway from the back of Uplands to the Lake Oswego Junior High that will allow buses to avoid residential neighborhoods entirely and easily access the main road with no impacts to traffic.
I don't believe the testimony about how they could develop uplands was in the original proceeding.
It was in Exhibit 357 submitted by Jen Thario.
Yeah, we'll check that. Thank you.
Sorry, I lost my spot here. This will allow avoid residential neighborhoods entirely and easily access a main road with no impacts to traffic, no school schedule delays due to the trains, and the added benefit of being environmentally friendly by saving fuel with the close proximity of drop-off locations at the junior high, high school, Oak Creek, Lake Grove, and Forest Grove schools. Please do the right thing and reject the Lake Oswego school bus barn application at the Lakeview lot. Appropriately, just before this portion of the meeting, council was expressing concerns for traffic impacts of the 205 tolls.
I'm so sorry, your time is up, and that's not going to be in the record, so thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say, Mr. Offer, we don't have that many people up. I really didn't appreciate your ad hominem comments in regards to the superintendent. So anyone else here, that has nothing to do with this, and it's not going to help your case, okay? So I just want to say that. We're not going to behave that way, all right? Okay. Jennifer, so I have now 2 of you here, Jennifer and James Thorio, but one of you is going to speak, right? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jennifer. My husband is James. We live on Fernbrook Circle. We are about 3 football fields away from the site. We're pretty happy in our neighborhood. We're hoping that you will deny this permit. I want to address a couple of things that came up. One of the big issues that we worry about is site circulation. With the buses parked so tight, as you can kind of see on, I don't know if you have it on yours. The school district's conceptual drawing showed 26 buses, when in fact they're going to park 66 buses there. But I also have a bit of difficulty even arguing the technicalities of this application because in terms of parking, it's not even consistent from one exhibit to the next. The parking diagram shows the handicap spaces one way, the site plan shows it another way, the turning diagrams show an altogether 3rd handicap parking layout. How do we argue that? We can't. I'm going to go more into appealing to the functional characteristics are not compatible. I got to grow up in a great American town, much like this one. It's probably one of the few places that appears in those lists of cities of great American towns more than here. I also got a great American public education with that. And I was so excited when we moved here. One of the first things I got to vote on was the school board, the school bond. I have great hopes that my neighborhood kids might cure cancer or solve the climate crisis or even make beautiful music. But I guess for now we'll have to settle for yeet. Okay. I want to remind you that how much good infrastructure matters. Sidewalks are a vital, basic transportation mode for many, especially those with disabilities, oldsters, and children. It was heartening to me to hear you call out National Disability Month is this month. I think safe neighborhoods where kids can roam results in confident, independent kids. I taught at the college level, and I can tell you the difference between a kid that climbed a tree and rode their bike in their neighborhood and one that didn't. When they get to me at that level, it's different. Free range play is so important, and you're gonna just lock our kids into or out of their neighborhood. This use surrounding it. We're avid pedestrians, and like many Oswegans, I want to echo your words, Mr. Mayor, that we highly value our ability to be out enjoying the beauty in walkable neighborhoods. I would like to note that you can begin to create the community of belonging you seek by simply recognizing the humanity of us, your neighbors. Recognize that our neighborhood has been here for 50 years and it has thrived. Recognize the voices of so many of your neighbors asking for a say in their own neighborhood. My husband and I are both the children of civil servants. We're both first generation college attendants. We both managed to get all the way to our advanced degrees, although it took us well into our 30s and 40s to do that. I mention that because we worked so hard to get where we are, and it's a little bit dehumanizing to hear the city staff be so dismissive of our neighborhood. It's really important to us. We love it there. We, like many, share a deep connection to the land we inhabit. We consider ourselves really lucky to be the custodians of our little plot of land. We have one of the giant trees. We named him Stan, and we carry this environmental commitment through our life choices. Our household has 1 vehicle, 2 electric bicycles, and we walk everywhere. We have driven less than 50,000 miles in a dozen years. Electrifying the school bus sounds so amazing to us, but we're disappointed that the school district only uses fossil fuel buses and is going to waste resources to build a fossil fuel depot, only to turn around and build an electric depot sometime later, which anyone who's ever renovated a house knows it's far easier to build it right the first time than fix what you did in retrospect. We noticed that there was a comment in the pro comments that the Green Team was unable to procure a ride from an electric bus from the school district's transportation contractor. We hope that the students have learned from this experience and let's leverage that disenchantment. But the best way, if we don't have any kind of green infrastructure in place or in plan with the district's transportation contractor, the best way to reduce emissions in the city right now.
I'm so sorry, Ms. Sorio. You're out of time.
I have 15 seconds, it says, 17.
No, you're over 15
Oh, I'm
seconds.
sorry, okay.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much, so we appreciate you being here. Abigail Atanyo Hoffner.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to pause and recognize you for bringing the conversation to the topic at hand and not get the conversation to be personal. This is not about getting personal, and we need to do more of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, thank you guys for having me. I'm Abigail Otanyo Hafner. I'm excited to be here, but I'm here in opposition of the bus barn. I have testified at every single turn. I will continue coming back to testify because I live in the neighborhood and I'm an example of what is considered acceptable. Acceptable noise, acceptable margin, acceptable fumes, and I just really struggle with that. When my family and I moved here 8 years ago, we made a pact. And we said, when we lose our currency and our voice in this community, it's time to go. I am a child of an immigrant that came from Cuba during a war and conflict, and I still firmly believe that. River Grove is home to a title district. And when we moved here, I realized really quickly as the PTO president, as an avid volunteer, that the parents couldn't be present the way they could in other schools. And as you can see in this room tonight, they're not here. They can't be. So I'm going to continue showing up for them on behalf of the neighbors that can't show up because they work 2 jobs, because they are a grandparent raising a grandchild. That's this community, and this is the community that continues to come before you and say, please, don't move these things into our community. The reason that you don't have many pedestrians in your studies when you looked at the studies that were done is because of the fact that we have asked for years, for the 8 years I've been here, for us to have a safe route to school study done. We have done them, we have advocated, we have pleaded, we have asked, and we have been denied. So when I tried to walk my children 3 blocks to school in a stroller and a front pack, I realized I couldn't because there's no sidewalk and no margin. So the last thing I'm going to say is you asked earlier what the current feelings of the people who live nearby are. And I'm going to quote from Terry McCall, and I'm going to go fast. On a personal note, I'm an immediate neighbor, and all my windows have a view of the parked buses. I reside at 4255 Oak Ridge Road. I'm a senior and have been affected by buses that had their red braking lights left on all night. The fumes and light disturbances have been challenging. My breathing has been compromised due to fumes. The noise in early mornings is often disturbing, and it should go without saying, but I have only heard about financial shortages coming with regards to the school district, so the electrical buses is an issue. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. Lisa Vopel. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Lisa Vopel, and I've lived in the Lake Grove area for over 60 years. I am getting my husband's time, Mark Kimball, deeded to me also. So I wrote quite a bit of testimony. I turned in over 100 pages of testimony. So I wanted to put a face to all the written testimony. I'd also like to clarify our background. Between my husband and I, we have 4 engineering degrees. I've gotten a physics degree kind of by accident, but he's much, much better at chemistry than us. So we've spent most of our working life either designing things so they're manufacturable, they're testable, they're reliable, and then we try to break them to see where the weaknesses are. And when things break, we try to take them apart and figure out why they break. So we come to things from an engineering background. So while we're just lay people, I'm an old white female, we're retired, we do have a background. Everybody brings something to the table. I'd like to change and clarify some of the issues with the site being too small. They will take over, this function will take over parts of Lakeview because the site is too small for internal circulation. So to fuel, every bus has to come out on Lakeview. They will queue up, they will fuel. They will be doing this in the fire lane. When they fuel, they will be, at least one bus will be in the fire lane. And when they're fueling, the gate will be open because the buses need to drive out on Lakeview to get around to fuel. So you're going to have the noise issue. And with that 10-foot concrete wall, if they're queuing up on Lakeview, you're going to get all that noise reflected back into the residential neighborhood. So you can't do a fueling function and keep the gates closed because you need to be on the road, because you need that road because the site's too small for internal circulation. And I'm assuming that they're going to have to do the same thing when they're parking, because if you look at the way the buses are parked, they're not just backed in, they're not just headed in, they're stacked up, they're double parked perpendicular to the buses that are pulled in. So that's another issue. And as far as infrastructure, the DRC mentioned, I turned in some of the proposed projects on the transportation plan, and the DRC did mention that those needed to be addressed, and I don't see anything in the findings on that. The infrastructure is absolutely not adequate for the existing truck traffic. This neighborhood used to be residential all the way up to and across Boone's Ferry. It was all residential, and when it was made into an IP zone, very little infrastructure was improved. We used to have a project in the transportation plan for a sidewalk along McEwen. That has been taken out of the transportation plan. We can't even get a pathway on McEwen, and that's where the kids go. That's the road that River Grove School is going to be on. So, and one reason that is so important is the intersection of McEwen and 65th. If traffic gets diverted there, it will go straight down McEwen, past the road that we can't get a safe routes to school on, and then it comes around on Pilkington and comes down my street, which is Kenny Street.
Ms. Phillips, I'm so sorry, that is your time, though. Thank you very much, and we did get, is this your public comment? No. No, you did submit a lot. Thank you very much.
Maybe half of that.
Thank you. You gave us lots of good information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone, this is the last form I have, is there anyone else who is opposed that did not sign up, who has standing, who would like to testify? And is there anyone who is neutral, or are you opposed? Do you have standing? Did you don't have, did you speak before the DRC or submit?
I'd like to know when you're going to readdress the risk of the fire.
Well, ma'am.
If you don't have you don't have standing, you can't testify, so.
I'm so sorry, yeah, thank you.
I hope that you.
Thank you.
We're trying to, that issue has been raised in the record, so.
Is there anyone, no one signed up who's neutral? Is there anyone here neutral with standing? Okay. Okay, we're gonna close the comment portion of the public hearing, and now we'll have the yes.
There would be a rebuttal.
Yeah, the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Now the rebuttal. So I'll invite the school district. You have 5 minutes of rebuttal time.
Thank you for giving me a second opportunity here. Again, my name is Carrie Richter. I'm the attorney representing the school district. And I want to sort of start by saying that a lot of the comments that you heard this evening are objections to the way things currently are. The infrastructure isn't great now. We wanted a path here. We wanted this there. That is not something that the school district has an obligation to change, right? The school district is coming with a project that has been designed to be reasonably compatible, is sized to function, to meet the district's needs to serve its students. So that is the extent of the district's obligation. It is not to provide safe routes to schools somewhere else or to address other issues. And it is not the case that we are dismissive or not giving serious consideration to the concerns raised by the neighborhood. We have designed a site that will function to minimize impacts and to not generate impacts that are inconsistent with the mixed-use character of the surroundings. This is an industrial zoned property. Lakeview Road has trucks traveling on it today, semi-trucks, and it is the traffic engineers' calculations and studies that have determined that the trip generation from this depot will be substantially less than another type of industrial use because its trip generation is compressed to just school days and to just mornings, early mornings before most students are going to be out on the roads, and early afternoons before most commuters are coming home. So the comparable impacts from this are reasonably compatible. It is not that they will have no impact. It is that the impacts will be reasonably compatible. That's the standard that the criterion requires. The record also reflects that, and I think Mr. Aaron said this, that buses are more maneuverable than semi-trucks, so they're going to be able to make it through the intersections without moving into the oncoming lanes in ways that semi-trucks do not. The other thing the record reflects is that traffic tends to respond better to school buses on roads. Drivers tend to drive slower and they tend to be more aware. So if there are situations where pedestrians are walking and having to maneuver where there are no sidewalks, having a bus there is going to make the drivers more cognizant that there could be walkers. And so it is the district's position that the impacts are less because those buses are going to be present in a way that they aren't present in this area in concentration now. I want to point out that there was a lot of discussion about alternative sites. There was a lot of discussion about the school district should have chosen this spot or this spot. This district doesn't have an obligation to consider alternatives as part of its proposal. It has an obligation to present a proposal to you that satisfies the conditional use criteria. And if the neighbors might have made a different business decision than the district made, then that is just a business decision. It's just like any other business decision. We have provided a proposal that shows that we will provide adequate parking. With respect to the parking, my understanding is that the record reflects that the parking space sizes satisfy the code. The bus parking spaces are not considered parking. They are considered storage because it's a bus depot. So the parking size requirements don't apply to a bus. With respect to the tank, I want to point out that the drawings reflect that, or the propane tank, excuse me, the drawings reflect that the propane tank is located 24 feet 6 inches from the adjacent property line, so there's a 6-inch potential issue, and the record reflects that the tank can be moved 6 inches without changing any of the curbs. I wanted to give.
Well, that's the time.
I wanted to give Mr. Aaron 3 seconds because that's the kind of person I am. I want to thank you for listening, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have, and I certainly hope you affirm the DRC.
Thank you. Can we ask follow-up questions? Yeah, okay. Councilor Afghan.
I'm getting confused by different pieces of information. I think I'm hearing from you that the buses that are going to be used have a tighter turning radius, but the homeowner association showed a picture to us that the buses actually go to the incoming lane before they can come back to the own lane.
So, okay, I'll clarify. I think there's two different issues. One is at the 65th McEwen intersection, whether or not the buses encroach into the opposing lane.
Okay.
So the neighbors had submitted video, and I addressed this in my letter that I recently submitted, that video, if you watch it, and I think I had the minute mark there.
Yes.
That they don't encroach into the opposing lane. In fact, the only time a bus does kind of encroach a little bit is when there's a pedestrian coming on their side. Then the other issue is when they're coming in and out of the driveway.
Okay.
So when they come out of the driveway, yes, they will likely encroach into the opposing lane, but they wait for traffic to clear. That's very different than if you're at an all-way stop at an intersection where there's other vehicles that are there.
And that practice is standard practice in traffic engineering and?
Yeah, we do industrial sites, and it's very typical for larger vehicles, yes.
Okay. Attorney Boone, can I ask a question from the staff? Sure. I heard discrepancies between parking lot sizes and several things. I think what I heard you saying that when the applicant comes in, assuming this is approved for their permit, all of those things are gonna have to comply with the code if they were not quite addressed. Is that correct?
So I was talking about was the ADA parking standards?
ADA parking space and?
Yeah, so the building official, the building department reviews that at time of building permit. And if one of the parking spaces isn't wide enough or long enough, they will require them to comply. But as I said, the building official reviewed the plans and says that they do comply.
Okay, and on the 2% versus 15% landscape, what did What did we tell them about that?
Well, so to be clear, they provide over 15% landscaping on the site. The question is whether it's
Behind the
visible
wall or-
off-site,
Yes.
right? And this was discussed at the DRC.
Yes.
And it's in the findings for the DRC. The standard doesn't say it has to be visible from the street or from a certain vantage point. It doesn't even say it has to be all visible. It just says it has to be visible off-site. And the wall is only along 2 property lines.
Okay.
So along 2 property lines, you cannot see all the, but the rest of them, the other 2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Afghan. Councilor Mbu.
Yes. My question was, and it's for staff, because and it's to respond to the neighborhood association, clarification between storage and parking, because they say there's no parking, enough parking inside, like on the side. And what the school district respond that there's parking is different from storage, that the buses are not required for parking, the space they, what do you, yeah.
Let me bring up the code on that section. Required parking spaces shall be available for the parking of operable passenger vehicles of residents, customers, patrons, and employees. And those parking spaces shall not be used for the storage of vehicles or the loading and unloading of parking vehicles used in conducting the business or use. So we're looking at the parking requirements applied to the parking of vehicles for residents, customers, patrons, and employees, but not to the storage of vehicles.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
That's subsection 500602A1.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to take about a 15-minute recess here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we are back in order. Thank you for your patience. We are now at deliberations. Why don't we get things started off with a motion if someone would like to make one?
I would like to make a motion, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to tentatively affirm the commission's decision and approve LU 220052 with conditions of approval and direct staff to present findings, conclusions, and an order finalizing the council's tentative decision on April 4th, 2023.
Second.
Second, Councilman. Okay, and now discussion. Who would like to? Well, Councilor Afghan.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. I heard all the concerns that the neighborhood association and the neighbors have, whether it's noise pollution, light pollution, visual, concept, or traffic, or the railroads, all of that. I heard them. And I think I also heard responses to all of those challenges that the neighbors brought up. And for me, they were satisfactory. I do sympathize with the neighborhood association and the neighbors there that all of a sudden I'm going to have over 200 bus trips in my neighborhood. The challenge here is that this side of the street is industrial, that side of the street is residential, and there is a public street there that can take that additional load. So the only thing that's on my mind right now is how noisy these buses are, and that question wasn't answered for me. Having said that, by experience and hearing these buses go right through our own narrow street, they don't seem to be noisy enough that it would take it above the DEQ level of protection. So I looked hard to challenge the decision, but I couldn't find it. I do think that if Lake Oswego School District wants to be a better neighbor, they may have a couple, 3 items that they could do in order to make it easier for the neighbors. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilor Afghan. Councilor Wendland.
Well, first of all, I want to compliment staff and the DRC and both sides for passionately and professionally arguing their sides of the issue. I will say that this group gets the award for the most emails to council so far for 2023. We had a lot of them, and I appreciate every one of them, and everyone has a passionate argument with their side. So we appreciate the public process, and we really appreciate, I know as a council, the insight. And I know not everyone testified tonight, but know that we do read emails. It's a great form of communication, and that we did hear all the points of view. I just want to remind everyone that we're in a quasi-judicial position as a council, and we're evaluating not necessarily some of the matters that came up with respect to whether this is the right location or the wrong location, or whether there's sidewalks in your neighborhood, or whether there's safe pathways to River Grove. What we're doing is we're looking at whether the DRC and the staff did their job to the best of their ability and correctly in their decisions and in the processes that were followed. So that's what we're ruling on tonight. The other thing I wanted to say is that I guarantee you that the building will be built to code, and that any variations to that will be met with, it has to be part of the code, okay? So, and I will tell you, there was a comment about us being in bedfellows with the district. I know that gentleman, it doesn't look like he's here now, but I will tell you that I was on the school board and we built many things, and I can tell you the city was really hard on the school district, as they should be, and we're working on a joint project right now, and I will tell you, it's taken a long time because we're following everything by the book always. So I just want to let everyone know that we don't give each other any favors when we go through things. Everybody has to follow the same rules. I think the building will be in code. It's a industrial zoned use. I think it will be used about 170 days out of the year because that's how many school days there are. So, for that fact, it's going to be a partial use of that building during the year. So, anyway, I just wanted to make those points.
Thank you, Councilor Willamette. Councilor Mbu.
Thank you, and thank everybody here, and in particular our staff who helped me, navigate this difficult issue. I met with them, and I've been reading all this last week about this, hard problem, that concern people I know on both sides. And like Councilor Wendland said, we have the trust of the community. We are here to represent you. We care about the neighborhood. I care about one of the members who talk as an immigrant. Myself, I'm an immigrant, and I know people who live near industrial park and industrial zones, what happened and all that. But, unfortunately, and that's where people want, where I will see, we work on a code on law and stuff, and is the situation here, is the bus depot an outright permitted stuff? No. Is it a CUP permitted? Yes. Do they meet all the requirements? When I went through the staff work, when I went talk to lawyers and everyone, they meet all 4 criteria. So we cannot deny that. And, for that reason, it's the school district did their work. A couple years ago, there were, a DRC that denied their proposal, and they based it on some evidence they have. The evidence we have right now show that the school district did their homework and met all the criteria. The objective criteria, that's on the code and stuff. So it's what it is, and I like what the superintendent said, that they will try to be good neighbors. And that's the most important thing, that being good neighbors. And I think they say good walls make good neighbors. And, they will build that wall to make sure that the neighbors are not impacted by what they're doing. And like Doug said, even if it's not in the thing, I'm so happy that the school district is moving towards electric, electric vehicles that we all believe. And, I just think that we all will win, because also as an educator, and that's not a bias that this is transportation of children going to school. This is our future. We also have to speak for them, and we need to. The bus ban was in a place where there were neighbors for years, decades, and now it's moving on a bigger space that the school district found. I think we should support that, and like my fellow Council Afghan said that, let's be good neighbors. Let's make sure that, we won't disturb each other. We won't do anything that make the neighbors, the use is clear. I was talking, and that's when I made my religion on this. When they told me, do you know that there's an outright permission for an ambulance company to be there without conditional use? They allowed them school buses, and they're there 24/7, 365 days a year. So this is good things for the neighborhood. It's better than having other trucking companies or others that are outright permitted there. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We are here for the community and, for transparency and no biases. We just do what is right. And what is right is following the code and, and thanking the DRC. They also make hard decisions that sometimes we don't like, but we live in a country with rule of law where you can follow procedures. There's due process here. You're not happy, you can appeal, and, So thank you all for being here and being kind, because the neighborhood, they've been very respectful, very kind, and did their things, for it's nice. The school district were very professional. They did not show that we are right, we have an approval and stuff like that. We've seen it here before. So for that reason, I am very happy to be here tonight. I thought it was gonna be harder, but honestly, with both parties behaving, which I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boob. Councilor Verdick.
I just want to first thank everybody who put in all this hard work and took their time to present their cases. And I want just to kind of call it the neighborhood and just let you know, I'm very familiar with your neighborhood and many of the neighbors in it, and it is a very special neighborhood. And I watched the DRC, I listened, I read the comments from both sides, and I really put in my time to understand the issues and understand what decisions needed to be made, the code, and what we could and could not kind of understand and take in. We love electric vehicles, but that was not part of, could not be part of our decision-making. Much of what Councilor Mboop kind of stated, we, kind of have this road that we need to stay in and follow. And I also want to say, I hear your concerns about the traffic. And, I think sometimes our logic and what we see doesn't always match what the traffic studies say. And when I learned there was a project in town that I was very much opposed to, and a big reason was because of the traffic, and I was very concerned about it. It was built, it flourished. I was wrong. So I've gained a little more respect for traffic engineers and their ability to assess situations and whether or not something will work or not work. That's not to say that there probably won't be moments where you will get stuck behind some buses and it might be a slight delay, but I don't think we're finding that we're gonna have long delays there. I wish we had that one last bit with a sidewalk, but I am glad that the majority of the length of where the buses will be traveling does have that sidewalk for pedestrian safety. I think that's very important. And I think, one of the biggest questions and the most difficult is the subjective one of reasonable compatibility. And we're in a difficult spot because of all the multiple uses in this area. But I think it comes down to the fact that I think there already are examples of having large vehicles in this area as a use. I believe it was Councilor Wendland said, the nice thing about school buses is they don't run every day. Summers will be off for the most part, not that there probably won't be some, but I'm assuming that there won't be heavy bus usage in the summer. You have, same thing with weekends. Again, not that there might not be any buses, but it does go down, and they don't tend to run in the middle of the night. So there are some benefits there compared to potentially a different business coming into that site. I realize from a neighborhood, that's little consolation, but I didn't see anything from a code perspective that allowed us not to support this request.
Thank you, Councilor Burdick. Councilor Corrigan.
Yeah, I know it's late, and I don't wish to be redundant. I really appreciate the future vision for electrification, and I think, although we couldn't consider that for tonight, I hope that happens, and that happens soon. I think the neighborhood will be benefited from it. Really appreciate the concerns of the neighborhood, but thinking about this, I've been thinking about this for a couple days. I spent a lot of time studying these materials. I think it is probably the lightest imaginable potential use for that property, considering it's 170 days a year, maybe 7 or 8 hours a day, versus another business that could be 365 days a year, 24 hours a day with semi-trucks, which is a really pretty awful outlook for the neighborhood. So I found that the 4 criteria were met, and I am really hopeful that things work out really well with better bus, electrification, and the school district will work really hard to be a good neighbor. I know they will. So thanks everybody for coming and putting in your time and your effort. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Corrigan. Yeah, I agree with all of you. I think that having the school district as neighbors is a good side to all of this. They are a public body with public accountability. I think as a result, we're seeing conditions here that are a part of this project that other applicants would not necessarily be putting forth. And then as we go forward, there's that strong line of communication always between the school district and the members of this community, and the district has a stronger desire than others to be a good neighbor, not just now, but into the future. And it is our job to compare this proposed use as a conditional use to other outright permitted uses. And again, on that front, I think it's in a way fortunate that the district has acquired this site. You've been hearing some of the testimony tonight about, semi-trucks that come and wait overnight and run their engines. I mean, this site could be another site that brings even more uses like that into the neighborhood that where trucks idle all night long. So I see this, the evidence in the record really pointing to the fact that this use is very compatible with that zone and existing conditions in the area. Outside of the scope of this, I mean, we hear the concerns in terms of walkability, pedestrian safety and such, and those concerns of the neighbors, we hear those loud and clear, and those are our concerns as well. And they match the plans and the goals of this city council. Solving those problems that exist in all our neighborhoods, frankly, is a process. It takes planning and funding. Just to mention that, our one of the main projects at the top of the short list that the city submitted to Metro on the regional transportation plan are the pedestrian improvements along Lakeview from Jean down to McEwen. That's a project that we as a city have been fighting for years. Our staff and myself as kind of one who advocates at the regional level, we've been working for funding for that project, and we'll continue to do so. We care about all of our neighbors, whether they are incorporated or unincorporated, whether they're housed or unhoused, or whether they're old or young, or they've lived here a long time, or they're new to the community. We care about everyone. And you all, speaking to the neighbors, that have had your voices heard in this process, I think that your input has really led to a lot of the conditions and the changes that we've seen in this application now over this handful of years is going to make it a more congruent use in the area. So your participation has been very impactful, and to those of you in the neighborhood that really led the effort, it's a big thanks to you for bringing your other neighbors along and making and having good changes as a result. And of course, I also thank the school district and our staff for being good partners in this process as well. Okay. No other comments, then we'll take a vote. Ms. Leonard, you will call the roll, please.
Mayor Buck?
Yes.
Councilors Rapp?
Yes.
Afghan?
Yes.
Corrigan?
Yes.
Wendland?
Yes.
Boot?
Yes.
And Burdick?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And we'll note this is a tentative decision, and we'll adopt the findings, order, and conclusion on April 4th. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now have information from council. I will just share that this past weekend, City Manager Bennett, Councilor Boop, Councilor Verdict, and I joined members of the fire department, police department, yeah, pretty much just that. And the school, yes, and the school district. On a walking tour in North Portland with the organization Word is Bond that our school, one of our school resource officers, Officer Usher, is a board member of. And that program is a mentorship and leadership program for young Black men. And 4 of those young Black men led us on a tour of their neighborhood and talked about the gentrification of the area and the impact it's had on them personally. It was great hearing them sharing their stories. And it was a great tour for all of us. We really appreciate it. And thanks to Officer Usher for putting that experience together for all of us. Yes, okay, Councilor Wendland. I'm going to give some other updates, but I got to pull them up here.
Well, on behalf of the Audit Committee, we just wanted to say that we had a meeting today with the group, and we were able to get a great report from our auditors, who are the Marina and Company, from Tanya Moffett, who is leading the audit for the city. And we came under an excellent review. Everything is in great shape. They call it an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion with no findings, which is very unusual. And I think that goes to show, I want to do a shout out to our Finance Director, Sean Cross, and Brad Stevens, who really lead the charge on all this. And they did an exceptional job, as they always have. And with that comes a prize at the end. We have a great, excellent credit rating, which gives us the capacity to borrow money at cheaper rates. So, and also I think to the public at large, to know that their city is well cared for, and we have a great, wonderful professional staff. So anyway,
great.
They weren't here, and we don't have a certificate for them, but anyway, we will tell them.
That's great. Thank you, Councilor Wendland. I'll mention as well that at the regional table, we've been talking about the tolling. I mean, that has been the discussion, the I-205 project, and we will continue talking about it. City Manager Bennett and I, Director Rooney, we're working with leaders in Clackamas to, take the next steps. So there's lots of conversations happening there in that realm. The Sustainability Advisory Board had a great meeting last week. One thing they are going to be doing that we should be noticing soon along the roads is installing electric vehicle charging signs to point to where the public charging stations are around town to create some more, just to give general directional information, but also create more awareness around EV charging and LO. That's a top priority of SAB and of course of the council as well. Yeah. Oh, and I should mention I kind of at the last minute went on the Mayor Monday interview on Coin. So just want to, if you all want to go, if you saw, you all saw. Okay. Normally we'd say it in advance, but they asked just before the weekend, and we scrambled, so I didn't get the chance. Always a good opportunity to talk about the good things that we have going on here in LO. Okay. All right, anything else, Ms. Bennett? Okay.
Two things. First Friday is the next community forum for the library visioning process. So if you're out and about on Friday, maybe before you go to dinner from 5 to 7, pop into the library and you can see where what folks are talking about. You cannot miss all the places where you have an opportunity to give us feedback about your dreams for the library. There's one right outside the door here. I noticed a lot of the folks who came to your hearing stopped and wrote sticky notes. So 5 to 7 p.m. at the library. So before you go out to dinner, start your weekend.
Is that on Friday?
It's on a Friday.
Friday.
I was surprised too, but the consultants seem assured that there are people who go to the library as part of their Friday night experience. So I'm trusting that it's a good thing. And then second, I just wanted to remind all of you that next Wednesday, we have, for me, one of the most exciting things that has happened so far in 2023, the groundbreaking for the Lake Oswego Recreation and Aquatic Center. I don't remember exactly what time, but it'll be in my Friday. I think it's 1 or 1:30, I think, up at the site. And so please plan to come. So we can celebrate that we're actually getting this particular project under construction. Actually, it's already under construction, but we'll be celebrating it next Wednesday in the afternoon.
I know I did forget to mention one other media contact. My dog Lola was on the front page of the review. Just let everyone know. We'll get that framed.
Here we go. And my dog Flag, sorry.
Well, I did, well, it's much smaller, so. All right, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.